Shalom, Israel. I hope everybody is doing well today. Another day, another Shabbat. Hope everybody's Shabbat has started off well. Shout out Kawakab and his congregation in Guatemala. Hope your brothers and sisters are doing well. Also, shout out SOW Virginia Kazaki, SOW Houston Quatazop, and SOW Rochester Zion. I hope your brothers are staying strong, fighting the good fight. We appreciate and love you, our brothers who are doing this work and really have committed your lives to spreading this knowledge out and dealing with the ups and downs of developing Israel and being there for the sick and the lowly and everybody who needs that focus. We're going to get our prayers up and get this class set up today. Imagine, Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa, Nathan Awar, Zayawam, Tawada,
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa, Nathan Awar, Rayach, Nayachacha, Tawada,
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa, Nathan Awar, Hashabbat, B'Shalom, Tawada,
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Kahaya, Maya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yishan, Shashawama, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazariah, Ayo, Yanyamya, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makol, Right, Yashemaya, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Awalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'itha, I will
Amen. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
I'm sorry. Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shamka, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Ayah, Aisha, Barataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Netanel, Lachol, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachno, Chawatino, Taslachno, Chawatino. Kama wapi nao? Wala Tabia nao. Genocide one. Abo. Hawashino. Mayan. Right. Kaya. Laka. Amalakwa. Waha'ala. Wahatapara. Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this matter therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ayahaya. Laka. Alahaya. Achaya. Ayo. Penya.
Thou shalt have no other power before me.
Number 2. La'a. Ta'ina. Laka. Kusor. Wala'a. Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a. Falach. Shum. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabat. La Kodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a. Zawatazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Tana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. Ta'ina. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Ta'khamad. Ko. Ashura. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Israel Yishavim.
Israel seated.
Sunday.
Okay, got you.
Shalom. All right. Just push this back up. Get this thing started. Okay. I promise today we will get past Josephus, book 11, chapter 7, paragraph 1. We've been stuck there for like 2 weeks. But like I said earlier, there was a lot of meat there. A lot of information to kind of delve into. Okay?
Right, pass these up.
So what we're going to do, let's go back over Josephus, book 11, chapter 7, paragraph 1 again from the top. We're going to go through it. We're going to kind of give some clarification about things again. Get some understanding. Then we're going to get to paragraph 2, and there's a lot of meat there. Hopefully, we get maybe at the very least to paragraph 2 of Josephus 11, 8, and 2. We'll see if we can get that far today. And next week, we should probably be on track to start the Greek Empire and our time serving the Greeks. Because from here on out, it's going to be just different tales of us serving the other nations. So it just ramps up. It's just now we're going to be serving Esau versus serving the Persians or serving Babylon and so forth and so on. So let's get Josephus book 11, chapter 7, paragraph 1. Kariah, let's get you saluted in.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah. I measure. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua B'Katah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua B'Katah.
Yes, B'Katah. Okay. Josephus, Book 11, Paragraph 7, Chapter 1.
Antiquity of the Jews, Book 11, Chapter 7, Paragraph 1, page 305. It says, when Eleazar, the high priest, was dead, his son Judas succeeded in the high priesthood. And when he was dead, his son John took that dignity.
So, Eliashib was the high priest during Nehemiah's time. The next man after Eliashib was who? It was Judas. Judas had his run at the high priesthood. Just a quick recap. The priests were the leaders of Israel. From here all the way through till Christ. The priesthood was the strength and the stability of the nation. At one time it was the kings and the princes.
Well,
now,
judges before that.
what's that?
The judges did it.
Judges first. Then it was the kings and princes. Then it was the priesthood. All leading up to Christ. Okay, so we had Eliashib. We had Judas. And now we had John. Now we saw the diminishing of the priesthood gradually eroding as after what was the high priest's name? Man, it was Jesus. I think it was Jesus. The first time. This was during the time of Ezra. Either way, I can go back into it and find it. I'm not worried about it. But right now, Eliashib was slipping. Remember we read about Nehemiah when he was doing deals with and the Tobias, and he sat back here and set up a space for Tobias on the grounds of the temple. That was in Nehemiah chapter 13. And then we also read Nehemiah 13 that Eliashib's grandson was marrying foreign women. That was an issue. So now we're here, and Jonathan is the head high priest. But Jonathan also has a brother. And what we're about to read is Jonathan and Jesus was the other high priest. They were warring and fighting for a position, even though Jonathan was given the position of the high priest. That wasn't settled in Jesus' mind. And all of this contention and envy on Jesus' side and wrath on Jonathan's side.
God.
Now we went into Jonathan's default and what Jonathan did in this entire situation last week. So let's get a quick recap with the reading. Let's continue.
It says, on whose account it was also that Bagoses, the general of another Artaxerxes' army, polluted the temple, and imposed tributes on the Jews, that out of the public stock, before they offered the daily sacrifices, they should pay for every lamb 50 shekels.
So we read about this also, that Bagoses became an enemy of the Jews, but leading up to this, the high priest and the priesthood stopped valuing doing their job for the most. I remember Malachi chapter 1, Malachi chapter 2. The reason this paragraph took so long to break down is we had to show that correlation between the priests not finding value and happiness serving the Most High and the foreign nations imposing stricter and more stern taxation and pressure on us goes hand in hand. We went into that for the last 2 weeks. Okay? Let's continue.
Line 298. Now Jesus was the brother of John and was a friend of Bagoses.
So now we're looking at the fact that Jesus was the brother of John, or Jonathan, which was the high priest. And you're going to see this parallel. For some reason, this is the start of a parallel that you read all throughout the Maccabees. Second Maccabees, first Maccabees, you'll have one brother or one sect of the priest that kept things traditional, by the book, staying connected to the scriptures and the proper traditions. Then you have either a brother or another sect in the priesthood who kept wanting to intermingle with the nations, whether it's through marriage or it's through traditions or it's through belief systems, or they want to do mingling for financial gain. You're going to see this pattern from here on out.
And that spirit was on the nation. Because when you go into historical accounts, we wanted to do business with the Greeks by going into their gymnasiums, of course without clothes, but for the purpose of doing deals.
Well, and to just sit back here and just like people do now. A lot of our people are ashamed of who they are as Israelites. A lot of our people are ashamed of representing and ashamed of the culture of being a Jew. So what we end up doing is fighting to assimilate, to fit in for many reasons. For physical gain, for financial gain, because we just don't have we have a disdain for our culture. You're going to see this president consistently. I just want to make sure I'm starting to show y'all the beginning of a pattern. Okay, so this guy Jesus, which was still a Levite, and he was still a priest. He just wasn't the high priest. So he was doing deals with Bagoses, which was a general in the Persian army during the last emperor's reign, which was King Darius. Okay, King Darius III. That was the last emperor of the Persian and Mede Empire. So this guy Jesus is doing deals. Listen, why would you befriend a guy? Think about this. Why would you befriend a military general who was overtaxing the priest all the way? And you're a priest. You're a priest, and you're seeing the financial bind that Bagoses is putting the rest of the Levite priest in. But we're going to sit back here, and this guy, Jesus, is going to do better deals and become friends with the guy that's enslaving him. That happens all the time in our culture. Because the one with the power, this guy was kissing the ring. So, continue. Read it from the top again. Now Jesus.
Law 298. Now Jesus was the brother of John and was a friend of Bagoses, who had promised to procure him the high priesthood.
So you see the reason he got chummy with his enemy. The reason he got chummy, Jesus got chummy with Bagoses, is because he knew Bagoses had power over the region. So Jesus is going to get chummy with Bagoses, and Bagoses in return says, okay, because we're cool, I will put you in position as the high priest and remove Jonathan. This is pure ambition, pure envy of the position the Most High gave to the man. We'll go into this envy in a bit, but this is the situation. Jesus wants in at the top spot. The Most High didn't give him the top spot. So when people don't get the top spot they want, they go and manufacture their own way to get to the top spot. And you're going to see a lot of Levites fighting and jockeying for power and position the same way the rest of the way down until we get to Christ. And this is why Christ came so scathingly and attacked the priesthood so strong. Because we had been showing patterns of infidelity, of corruption, negative. They're taking advantage of people. This has been a significant thing going on with the people. So let's continue.
They're already crooked for long periods of time.
And it's starting to really rear its ugly head. Okay? Continue.
Law 299. In confidence of whose support Jesus quarreled with John in the temple.
So you can tell this was boiling over to a climactic point. If you got Jesus constantly rubbing elbows with this Bagoses guy, they're talking about different ways they can remove Jonathan out of the position. And you know Jonathan's hearing all this information. Words coming from the grapevine. Listen, when there's always that tension in the air, the message always gets back to the person. Hey man, Jesus trying to get you out, dog. Yeah. There's an intricate plot out to get you, man.
Exactly.
They're trying to stick you like fly paper.
Yeah.
It's the truth, Warning. This is what's happening. So Jonathan's already on edge about Jesus' intentions, and then Jesus comes into the temple during their time they're working to serve the Lord and instigating the quarrel.
So let me get this right. So He's minding his own business in the temple.
Yeah.
And then here comes this dude with a
Jesus,
crew,
his brother,
with a
who
crew.
he knows has an intricate plot to take him out.
Yeah.
And he comes in yapping his mouth, instigating Jonathan. Whatever the hell was said, whatever words were tossed back and forth, caused this reaction. Read on.
It says, in confidence of whose support, Jesus quarreled with John in the temple, and so provoked his brother, that in his anger, his brother slew him.
He says it provoked Jonathan to the point where he says, man, I got to take this guy out. He sat back and killed Jesus in cold blood in the temple. We had mentioned last week this wasn't the first time there was killing in the temple. We have shown a pattern of not being able to keep our cool on holy ground. Having the lack of ability to maintain discipline. Can we just sit back here and get out of the temple and deal with these issues? I got to kill you right on sight? How bad was that relationship? How toxic was it? And how carnal was Jonathan the high priest to get baited into Jesus' plots and his tactics? Jonathan was carnal and overly emotional, and Jesus was full of envy and got stung for his envy and his seditious nature. But the problem didn't stop there. Boghosus, which was the general of the armies of the region, still had an affinity and a friendship with who? Jesus, the man that Jonathan killed. So how do you think this was going to sit back here, how he was going to take the news that his friend got murdered? You know Boghosus was going to sit back here and lay a heavy hand on this brother Jonathan, the priesthood. The priest, the high priest, and the priesthood in general. And this is what ends up happening. Okay? Let's continue.
It says, now it was a horrible thing for John when he was high priest to perpetrate so great a crime.
So listen, it was a horrible thing for him to do that. He disgraced the position. He disgraced the job. And this is why it's so important for us as teachers. We have to fight our tails off not to overreact. When he says, he's letting you know, listen, he stung Jonathan because he should have known better. Jonathan should have known not to eat the cheese out, not to take the bait, not to take somebody instigating you and dragging you into something and you fall right in hook, line, and sinker. The high priest, the head of the church, the heads of the church have to have the poise and the discipline not to let things like this pull us out of character. He's also letting you know that he's not absolving us out of anything. You would think in Jonathan's head, listen, you're the high priest. Why would all these guys try to come at the top? He's letting you know that's a part of leadership also. Negative carnal people are going to want what you got already. They did it for Moses. They did it for Aaron. They did it to anybody that had position. So this is the situation. So let's continue. What you got, I'm sorry.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6, verse 23. And this is how you should operate at all times. You know, the scripture says man is known according to his wisdom. But there's a lot of things that could make you operate out of character and abandon wisdom. Read this right here.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6 and verse 23. Neither will I go with consuming envy.
Read on.
Yeah.
For such a man shall have no fellowship with wisdom.
So what will make a man forfeit his wisdom?
Consuming envy.
When you're overthrown with envy.
God.
Envy is a spirit that will consume you if you give into it.
He takes away common sense.
Yep.
It takes away your spiritual connection with the Most High. Because what's the spirit of wisdom?
Discipline.
It's the spirit of Christ. It's that true spirit. You read that in the Wisdom of Solomon chapter 1. That wisdom is the Holy Spirit of discipline. What is the Holy Spirit? It's the true spirit. He's letting you know when envy consumes you, just like when maliciousness hits you, that Holy Spirit leaves. When envy consumes you, the Spirit of Christ leaves you. And then when the Spirit of Christ leaves you, what enters into you? The Spirit of what? There you go, the Spirit of Satan. Mm-hmm. But listen, but keep going, Shams, on your point. I just want to just clarify that.
No, it's a great point, because certain things will make you forfeit the right decisions. Okay. Envy is one of them. Mm-hmm. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 8 verse 7 real quick.
I'm just going to ask before you go, is it more envy stuff?
No.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 8 verse 7.
We got envy party down there.
Yeah. I was even questioning that one.
It already had that one. I had that written down. But it's okay. It's good. It's already out. It was good verses.
8:31?
8 and 7.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 8 verse 7. And if a man love righteousness,
and if you love righteousness, read on.
Her labors are virtues.
It says you'll be occupied with virtue, not envy.
Yep.
Read on.
For she teacheth temperance.
But what obviously didn't Jonathan use?
Temperance.
Because if he was about doing things the right way, he would have been using temperance. Temperance is the ability to stay calm under pressure.
Yep.
There's no way that his brother would able to get him to the point where I had to go back to Cain and Abel. I had to redo Cain and Abel.
Listen, these guys weren't kids, They weren't brothers in their 20s,
High school.
They weren't like high school fist fights, when you fight your brother because he pissed you off.
Oh, he wore my clothes.
He ate your food, man. Took your girl. This ain't that. These are grown men, aged men, losing their composure and their focus. You can't even begin your priesthood work till you're 30. And Jonathan worked himself up to the highest position. The position where the men that are gray-headed take. So you had two gray-headed men boxing and cutting each other in the damn temple line. This is crazy, We'll keep going,
Yeah, because
they cutting each other, they old and slow. They ain't as quick as they used to be, They probably throwing their hip out trying to fight, pulling the hamstrings. I'm joking, but come on, man. What kind of intensity is this when they're like in their 50s, going at each other, It ain't the same. It don't look the same.
Like old rhinos.
I don't know how they fight.
It's like beat it,
Beat it.
Fighting like beat it,
And the switchblade Kelly did like this. Listen to that. I don't think it was exactly like beat it.
Just like that.
For the record, the spiritual record.
They had friends on set those little jackets.
I'm gonna say this.
So the zipper jackets.
For the spiritual record, I don't think it was the beat it scene.
Wesley Snipes.
The guy in the red leather, tight leather jacket, and the guy in the white.
You ain't nothing, man. You ain't nothing, man.
And all those silvery zippers out.
Yeah.
Those fake silver zippers out.
I'm bad.
And why was everybody leaning like this? Why could it have been those two guys? The whole crew was leaning. What's happening here?
It's negative.
Those are principalities. It was dancing side.
Listen, once again, let's scratch that out in the actual thing, the actual fighting scene. I don't think it was. Because I'm taking you down, man. Just don't touch the face when you're fighting. Don't cut my face, man. Don't cut my face.
You ain't
That's off limits. Don't cut the hair and the face. Everything else is okay.
Exactly.
So it's not like that. What are we trying to say? We had these older brothers that sitting back here had grudges.
Yeah.
One person, obviously Jesus felt he deserved their head position.
You're right.
But wasn't considered the fact that there was a grandson out of the two. One of Eliashib's grandsons was marrying foreign women. We read that in Nehemiah 13.
Yeah.
So what was really going on? Why did the Most High choose one man over there? You got to sit back and put two and two together. the one that was marrying 4 women and breaking the law, he couldn't get the position.
Down the line, right? Down the line.
Yeah. So we'll keep watching.
Read that.
God. It says, and if a man love righteousness, her labors are virtues.
Right. So if I'm going to be qualified to be in that position, then one thing that I should be focusing on is what virtues do I maintain while being in that leadership position? He said one of the main ones is what?
Temperance.
Temperance. That means you can't be overthrown with emotion. If you're sitting in a leadership position, you can't be out of control with your behavior. And you can't let people push your buttons. Read on.
And prudence.
And the ability to make cautious decisions. Read on.
Justice.
You know what's fair? Obviously, killing your brother is not justice.
God.
So, read on.
Fortitude.
Fortitude is courage, but over a long period of time.
Yep.
Read on.
Which are such things as men can have nothing more profitable in their life.
So, if Jonathan was a leader, the most profitable thing he could have maintained was his self-control.
Yep.
And then not being overthrown with emotion. When you get overthrown with consuming envy, you're consumed by envy. It's no wonder somebody end up dead. It's no wonder Cain and Abel's scene is reenacted in the temple. It's no wonder. Because those are spirits that should be subdued. You should never if you're doing things the right way, you should never get so mad. I'm just so angry. I don't know what to do. I'm just so mad. This person
I gotta
pissed
do
me off.
something about it.
Yeah, I gotta go crazy. They just push my buttons. It actually shows how much of a fool you are.
Yes.
And how much wisdom you actually lack.
Exactly.
That's
exactly. So let's go back to the reading. It says, in confidence of whose support. Read that part.
299. It says, in confidence of whose support Jesus quarreled with John in the temple, and so provoked his brother, that in his anger his brother slew him.
It's crazy, bro.
Now,
it sounds crazy, but look at how we deal with one another in class and amongst each other. How tensions build up over time if they go unchecked. These things happen too. But let's continue.
Now, it was a horrible thing for John when he was in high priest to perpetrate so great a crime, and so much the more horrible that there was so cruel and impious a thing done.
So check this out. When you read the writing and the history and how history tells it, who was the messed up guy? Jonathan was the messed up guy if history tells it. But who was a major dirtbag in the situation? Jesus was. What's the lesson of this? What's the lesson? It doesn't matter if there's a person who is negative and egging you on and talking about you and tearing you down and is unjustly accusing you of things and bringing out the worst of you. That doesn't matter. You're the worst if you react to it. And history will sit back here and paint you as the wicked person. Not the person who was obviously weak and negative. Because Jesus and everybody in the priesthood knew Jesus was weak. They knew he had envy in him. That's why they didn't choose him to be the high priest in the first place. Because he lacked the spiritual character and fortitude to be given the position anyway. So there's people that are operating less spiritual than you, who want to sit back here and bring you down to their level. It's an obligation for you not to condescend to simplicity.
Wow.
We're supposed to condescend for brotherhood and love and mercy. But we're not supposed to go down on a person's negative level to deal with their simplicity on their simple ass mind. With their simple mind. Because that's when you sit back here and have a stain on your honor. Jonathan's going to be forever remembered as that guy that let a sucker bring him down and stain his name and eventually chastise the nation because of Jonathan's sin. What's crazy is when you sit back and read this, you don't read that the nation gets stung because Jesus was envious or Jesus was wicked or
doing dirty deals,
or doing dirty side deals with Bogosis. The reality is he was a dirty dude anyway. He was going to do dirty side deals anyway. But the men and women the Most High have chosen to be worked with. They're not supposed to condescend to negative people and their base attitudes and their base mindsets. And how many times can we say we take the high road and stay spiritual? What we want to always do is mudsling back, defend ourselves, retaliate. What he's saying is that the carnal retaliation was the wickedness.
What we say is, well, they started it.
I know.
I just finished it.
Yeah.
But it's not who started it. That's the problem. Even if Jesus did start it by how he was wanting Jonathan's position.
Yep.
It doesn't matter who starts it because the scripture says, "Be angry, but sin not."
Yeah.
Both were angry, but who took it to another level? Jonathan took it to another level.
And the sick are going to be sick. Part of doing this job is that you got to deal with sickness. And you can't start acting sick like the sick. Does that make sense?
No.
The truth is, when you deal with Israel, a lot of times Israel and their sickness exposes sickness in you.
God. He was pushed the edge up. He got pushed past the line.
He got pushed past the line, but the problem was this: he should have been in the book. You're the high priest. What are you doing all them day long? You should have reading David, reading about other men that got provoked. Read about Moses. How come he wasn't reading about Moses? Didn't Korah come at his spot?
That's true.
But that's the problem. We want to sit back here, correct and teach people, but don't want to realize that when we deal with the sick, you better be working on you too. There's lessons in you that you got to break if you're going to be an effective counselor. Does that make sense?
Correct.
And once again, history points out when everything is judged, the person with the greater experience and the greater understanding should have never stooped down to the weaker man's flesh.
But he was getting baited out. They had that familiar
People bait
energy.
people bait all the time, though, huh?
Come.
People bait, people mock, people attack,
Instigate
all the time. I understand what you're saying, and you're kind of just explaining.
I'm like, he got baited. It was familial, so you expect somebody to know better. You're my brother, and you've always been this way, and now it's intensifying. And there's the line, some kind of line got crossed. Something got crossed.
You know what gets crossed? Image, pride gets stepped on. You're not gonna make me look bad in the temple. I'm not gonna let you disrespect me because that's
people were smirking at him.
Because that's what people say. I'm not gonna let you disrespect me. You're not gonna front on me in front of everybody. I'm gonna put you in your place, or I'm gonna get rid of you because it's still pride.
It's pride out. All I'm trying to say is, I'm not here acting like Jesus was a saint. Jonathan was definitely getting baited. But in the back of your mind, as a teacher, as a leader, as an example, you got to keep reminding yourself you're being judged off how you react to this spiritually lesser person. I'm not saying lesser person as lesser caliber person or lesser person in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. I'm not knocking and judging no man. But if you sit back and read between the lines, Jonathan got stung because he got weak and got affected by another man's weakness. And that's what we got to be in the back of our mind. I can't get weak because a weaker man spiritually starts coming for me. I'm going to be judged for that. I'm going to be judged for how I react to a sicker person's actions and conduct. We have to maintain poise regardless, or we're going to be judged negative and at fault. It's no different than if you have two brothers, the more responsible one and the one that's younger. If the older brother was responsible, he can't be caught doing the silly crap the younger one does. Because if he gets caught doing the silly thing the younger one, who gets stung? They probably both get punished, but the older one gets punished the hardest. You knew better. You're more mature. Jonathan was more spiritually mature than Jesus.
There's a case right now that happened 2 days ago. Yesterday, matter of fact, a guy, 30-year-old guy, got killed at a bar at 3 in the morning. And the guy that killed him shot him and then waited for the police to get there.
Yeah.
And then he explained, he said, well, this guy was drunk. And he kept threatening that he was going to shoot us, and he kept threatening that he was going to run us over with his car. So I pulled my gun out. The guy said, I pulled my gun out and I shot him. I killed him. And I called the police and waited for y'all to get here. And the police said, well, you might be going to jail.
Buddy?
Yeah, because even though this guy was threatening you with the car, he said, I'm going to run everybody over.
Why don't you just leave?
Exactly. So now this guy, it might be.
He said, hold my beer. He says, hey, hold my beer.
I'm going to fix this.
I'm going to finish this beer. Call the cops, man.
Yeah.
What kind of craziness is this? I'm sorry.
He had to be drunk a little.
Yeah, well, there had to be alcohol involved. But the cops are like, there's no justification. If this guy threatened you, and say he going to run, but who did the action, though? Did he actually run you over with the car? Or did he actually pull his gun out? You pulled your gun out. So now the guy that's claiming self-defense actually may be going to jail.
Hey, listen, bro. Did the guy get in the car and run at you and hit something and you dove out the way as he was coming at you? Was it like that? He just wanted to clap some cats, man. He already had it in him. He said, I want to hit somebody anyway. I'm going to go in my car and get it anyway. Yeah, he should get thrown in jail, bro.
And he might. Even though he called the cops and he waited. Doesn't matter. It's no different if somebody get on your under your skin and get on your nerves. How you respond. The scriptures say, "Wrath working not the righteousness of the Most High."
Yep.
Wrath is actions motivated out of anger. Mm-hmm. It's lawful to get angry. The scriptures say, "Be angry, but sin not." There's still no excuse to sin.
Kinda.
There's no excuse for that.
Done. So with that, let's continue.
It says, now it was a horrible thing for John when he was high priest to perpetrate so great a crime, and so much the more horrible, that there was never so cruel and impious a thing done, neither by the Greeks nor barbarians.
Who wants to be known as the guy who was less of a caliber of a priest than the barbarian priest?
I missed that.
Or the Greek priest. He said there was nothing. He said there was never a time in history
what line is this?
when any other priest did something as foul as this priest did. Listen, you killed a man in the temple, bro. This is the holy place. This is your holy place. He said the damn Greeks didn't even do this. The damn Viking, Visigoth, Scythian barbarians had more reverence to the Heavenly Father than the Jew. That made us look really bad.
We look bad on that one.
But this is the situation. This is how we be looking bad also in Israel. We sit back here and claim we got the superior wisdom. It's all about the wisdom and the wisdom and the wisdom. And we, a lot of times, have no self-control. And the nations are like, look at these dudes. They're talking about being the priest. They're God's chosen people, and they roll like this. I'm not talking about Jake selling drugs. I'm talking about Israel wearing fringes and headbands. These guys are the priests. These are the ones that Christ is coming to save at the end. Look at how they're rolling towards each other. We sit back and embarrass ourselves the same way.
It's just as bad as that video where two camps is fighting in front of a library.
Yes, that's exactly the point. You had two different camps and factions set tripping over a block.
That was a bad look. It didn't matter who won that. That was a bad look.
Didn't matter, bro. And there's no need to bring up who they were. It just makes us look bad. It makes us look bad the different times we was online teaching on these different shows with no self-control and self-discipline. But we're supposed to be the ones the Most High chose. And he says Esau didn't even carry themselves that way. They have more respect for the work they do for their Lord than we have a respect for the Lord of Lords.
Our folks work on repulsiveness, man. They don't think about the consequences.
God.
That's after the fact.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I would hate to be known for that. I was the guy. Now, Jonathan wasn't known for the years of dedication and service. You're the guy that spilled blood in the temple because you couldn't control your discipline and your emotions and your feelings.
Yeah.
And you felt threatened, and you felt that he probably was going to take that position. Why would you go through it unless you felt he was a real threat to your spot? In the back of his mind,
Yeah, Burgos is behind it.
but that's the point.
That's
In the back of his mind, he's going to coup me and take me out anyway.
And it's a matter of faith too.
But it was all about faith. He didn't have enough faith. The Most High would remove Burgos out of the position. He didn't have enough faith to even believe that the Most High would remove Burgos and remove Jesus out of the spot. You're good. He wasn't even sitting back here one time thinking about that. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
And his legacy was forever tainted, and the priesthood was forever tainted because of it. So think about the nations. We're going to read it. Let's continue.
Line 300. It says, however, the Most High did not neglect its punishment.
He says the Most High is going to sit back here. You know why the Most High wasn't going to neglect its punishment? Does anybody know why? Because Jonathan and Jesus made the word of the Most High look bad. He made the Most High look bad.
So when you say he's not going to neglect, because the ancient writing sounds complicated for the modern language, the modern ear. He was not going to neglect his question means he had to respond. He wasn't going to let it slide.
He couldn't let it slide because once again, this action made the work of the Most High look bad and look tainted. Because once again, the intention for the priesthood in the first place was to be a shining light to the rest of the world. We were supposed to be the priests that carried ourselves with so much discipline and respect that the rest of the nation would say, man, our priesthood isn't as powerful and potent as the Most High's priesthood. The Scythian priesthood, the barbarian priesthood, look how sloppy we are in comparison to those guys that's sitting on the hill. The Greek beliefs in Zeus and Apollos and all these the Poseidon, all those demigods and those little G gods, they can't hold a candle to the power of Israel. And look at the priesthood of Israel. Mm-hmm. So now we're sitting back here shucking and jiving, looking disorderly, and the rest of the world is like, damn, this is the God of God's people?
Yeah, it drives them to other religions.
Exactly.
Now the Quran may be looking more holy.
Exactly. And once again, the Most High wanted us first, but his goal also was after we were together was to bring the world to follow the Most High. Why would the world sit back? What would motivate the world to say, man, let me become a Jew and follow God's word?
So you're saying the Most High wanted the Jew, that he wanted the lost Jews, which were called Gentiles, that he wanted
he wanted the whole world to see. Listen, he wanted the entire world to follow him. We're going to go into that in a few weeks on this next few Mondays. The intention was to have Israel serve him and be that beacon light to the rest of the world so the rest of the world can serve the Most High. It was always about the whole world serving the Most High.
Now, is that the one of the understandings of every knee shall bow?
Yes.
Every
knee, not just the black man or Esau. We were supposed to serve and the rest of the world was supposed to follow our lead.
I understand that.
But because we sit back here and had no discipline and couldn't lead from the front, what would motivate the rest of the world to follow us?
So we didn't have an inspiring enough. No different than wives in households. They don't lock in. They need an inspiring example.
Yep.
No different than young men in brothers' houses. They need a strong, inspiring example.
Mm-hmm.
No different than people at jobs. The management has to be strong, inspiring examples to create that willing order. Because there's willing order and there's forced order.
To inspire people to be the best they can be, they need to see good examples. Simple as that.
Okay.
And the rest of the world was watching.
Yeah.
And what you got to understand is, don't forget, the Jews got a lot of privileges leading up to this point from the Persian Empire because of the respect that the priesthood carried themselves by. Don't forget, for many years, whether it was Darius the First, whether it was Cyrus, they were sitting back here and giving the animals to the priests to slaughter free of charge.
So we were getting preferential treatment
Because of
based
their
on
respect
Gotcha.
for what we did, our respect in the priesthood. So now that respect just got tainted
Diminished, yeah.
because of this monkey stuff.
Oh.
So now Bagoses, we're going to read what Bagoses and how he responds to this. Let's continue.
Line 300. However, the Most High did not neglect its punishment, but the people were on that very account enslaved.
He says, then, because of what Jonathan did, the people began to be enslaved more. How does a person get enslaved? A person gets enslaved based on the fact that, listen, whether you're in physical slavery or you're a debt slave, you're what? You're enslaved.
Mm-hmm.
They were already enslaved. So what he's saying is that Bagoses kept ramping up their debt. And the more taxes gets laden on the people, the less they have to survive and eat. So what he's also letting us know that when we make mistakes, when we get weak, the rest of the nation has to suffer for it.
And it's an excuse to tax us hard.
Huh?
And it's extract more resources.
Well, that's what we're going to read a little bit, how when we start messing up, that's the nation's excuse not to respect us. And when he doesn't respect us, he tightens the reins on us.
Now, you can get a modern example that such one brings up often about how when we kill each other in the streets, that is almost like the linchpin that gives cops permission to justify homicide against our people. Because you are already doing it anyway.
Yep.
Why are you mad that I kill you?
Yep.
When you kill you.
Exactly.
You're saying Black Lives Matter, but based off these records and statistics, Black lives don't matter.
To your own people,
to
Black
you.
lives don't matter.
Therefore,
I'm justified.
I'm justified.
Taking another, you know what, off the street because you do it anyway. It's messed up psychology.
Yeah.
But this is how the world thinks. If you don't respect you, why should I respect you? If you don't respect your Lord, why should I respect your Lord? If you don't respect how you carry yourself, why should I respect how you carry yourself? Well, why should I respect you?
You're giving me permission to oppress you more.
To not respect, to oppress you more, and this is what he's about to say.
And then we also bring out that when quote unquote civil rights era, when our people were more quote unquote spiritual, they had a higher consciousness towards the Father.
We carried ourselves with more class also.
People had to make adjustments because as a nation across the board, there was a more pious respect for God amongst our people.
Yes.
It might not have been the perfect biblical knowledge-based respect to God, but there was a nationalistic respect to God that had to be honored. Therefore, Esau had to make adjustments in laws. He had to make adjustments in how he dealt with us for the respect that we had towards God.
And ourselves. Because once again, let's keep going. Let's go and explain it. But what you're saying is leading into it perfectly. Let's continue.
The It says, however, the Most High did not neglect its punishment, but the people were on that very account enslaved. And the temple was polluted by the
It
Persians.
says the temple will end up being polluted by the Persians. The way that the temple was polluted by the Persians is the fact that Bagoses went into the temple and defiled the temple. The nations weren't supposed to sit back here and go into the temple. Even Herod, the Edomite, knew he couldn't go into the temple. He built it up to a high level, but he knew he could only stay in the court area where the Gentiles could go. He couldn't go into the holy place. But this guy, Bagoses, lost complete respect for what the holy place meant, for what the temple meant. So he profaned the holy place. He profaned the temple. Let's continue.
Now when Bagoses, the general of Artaxerxes' army, knew that John, the high priest of the Jews, had slain his own brother Jesus in the temple, he came upon the Jews immediately and began in anger to say to them, have you had the impudence to perpetrate a murder in your temple?
He said, you had the boldness and the pride to sit back here and kill a person in your temple? What are y'all niggas doing? Who do y'all niggas think you are? Now all of a sudden the obscenities come in. The disrespect kicks in. I knew y'all wasn't worth sitting back here and giving y'all rights. I wasn't worth none of that. Because you can't carry yourself with no respect. Our guys, we sit back here in Persia, we have a greater respect for our guys than y'all do. Why give you guys any respect? This is the point. We're looking bad, and the rest of the world starts to do what? Hissing. These guys are whack. These Jews ain't nothing. Ain't about nothing. All these Jews do is dress up and play cosplay Israelites. But at the core of them, they're just killers and murderers and thieves and takers. Isn't that what they think of us now? They thought of us that way then. Because our actions merited that. This is why it's so important to carry yourself with respect. And when you sit back here and teach this word, be respectable. This word's not a joke. We're not supposed to carry ourselves that way. Because the rest of the world is watching us. We're not supposed to act like beasts. We're not supposed to act like clowns. This ain't a joke. And people are going to sit back here and they're going to hold you to those words. And they're going to sit back and they're going to say, okay, if you're about the Bible, then let's see how much you're going to be about this Bible.
And Israel displays their foolishness online.
All the time.
They display their foolishness before people that don't know the scriptures at all. And they make the Israelite community that are trying to operate correctly look like clowns.
Look like clowns, simpletons, jokes, not to be taken serious. And this is the problem.
And the Most High is offended. The most important part is the Most High is offended that we are standing His name.
And we're making His word and message look bad.
Yeah.
Because that's really what He said. He's like, listen, you're supposed to be representing the Most High wherever we go. This is the point.
But men dishonor the Most High for their personal ambitions and their personal desires.
And we end up looking bad.
Right here.
Kinda. So let's continue.
Line 301. And as he was aiming to go into the temple, they forbade him so to do.
They said, listen, you can't go into the temple. You're breaking the law of the Most High.
He's like, whatever, bro.
He's like, please. Oh, I'm breaking the law of the Most High? What about you, Jonathan? Is it lawful to kill a man? Like your damn, what's that group out in Cali? I could just kill a man.
Oh, yeah.
What's that group out? Damn, Cypress Hill.
Cypress
Are you
Hill.
Cypress Hill out here?
This is something I just
tried
don't
to come
understand.
in my home, take my probe. I said, yo, it's so. That was dope. That was dope back in the day. So you're now Cypress Hill out here. This is what Bagoses is saying.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
You will sit back here and tell me how I'm profaning the temple, and you just profaned the temple last week? I'm not respecting what you guys are about.
He says a crazy statement after that.
Con.
I'm gonna hit a little bit.
He
had to.
Let's keep going though.
And as he was aiming to go into the temple, they forbade him so to do.
Because you know what happened when he starts seeing weakness and how they do things. Now I want to see what's inside of here, man. I'm not really buying what you guys are about now. I want to see what's so fancy about this building that you guys are losing your mind over anyway. All of a sudden, the respect is just thrown out the door. Okay, read on.
But he said to them, "Am not I purer than he that was slain in the temple?" And when
that's a hell of a statement right there.
God.
That's a strong statement. That's a mockish.
He said, "Am I not pure?" Then read that part again.
And he was right.
Yeah.
It says, "Am not I purer than he that was slain in the temple?"
Exactly, bro. He's like, listen, I'm purer than the person that got killed in the temple. You know why? Because I knew that dude. He was doing dirt with me.
Yeah.
Him and I knew what was going on.
Exactly.
I knew Jesus. We hung out. We partied at the London. I met him at the London. We got down, had fun.
Yeah.
I know what this guy is about. All of y'all is corrupt. You're like, I knew Jesus was corrupt, and Jonathan, you're just as corrupt as your brother. So spit on your laws, spit on your virtue. You guys are sitting back here and just talking a good game. I don't respect what y'all are about.
You don't have the virtue to behold your laws.
You're not justified to tell me I'm out the spirit.
Well,
I'm wicked.
That's what I was going to bring up too. Because people do that. People
All the time.
People wait for the moment
to be justified not to follow you.
This is what I want to read real quick. This is what King James said to his son. He says, "It is true of old saying that a king is as one set on a stage, whose smallest actions and gestures all the people gazingly do behold. And therefore, although a king be never so precise in the discharging of his office, the people who see it but the outward part will ever judge of the substance by the circumstances." So he's saying is people people look at you, they can't see your intentions, even if your intentions are pure. All they can see is the outside. So you got to make sure that the outside of basically what you're showing them is on point, because they're looking to critique. And he goes on to say, if his behavior be light or dissolute, it will conceive preoccupied conceits of the king's inward intention. So he said, if your actions, because people look at you on the stage, they look to critique every movement that you make. And if you make a bad decision, he said it's going to justify what they have in them anyway, which is what he's going to say right here. Yep. He says, by the evidence of contrary effects and prejudged conceits will in the meantime breed contempt, the mother of rebellion and disorder. So he said people already have the notion, I don't want to follow you anyway.
Yep.
I don't want to believe that you're good anyway. So any little mal-movement or error will inflame the idea that you're not worth following. Because I really didn't want to follow anyway.
Think about this. The Persians were polytheistic, right? So the Persians believed that, and they had a respect, somewhat of a reverence for the Most High. That's why for years they were sitting back here and allowing the sacrifices to be done. But they also believed in their gods. The question is this: why are your gods better than my gods? Why is your monotheistic God better than my 30 gods, my Shiva and all these other gods?
Or why is your way better than my way?
It's still about method. It's method. Why is your way of being holy greater than mine? Everybody brags about how potent the Jew is and how holy and spiritual the Jew is, but I'm seeing you guys sit back here and murdering people on the floor in the temple. You know, our gods are better than your gods then.
Spilling blood.
Our gods and how we do things spiritually is better than your way then. Because they really don't want to follow us anyway. Just off what Shamshuan said. The nations didn't want to follow our spiritual path, and we gave them fuel not to follow.
Well, Israel don't want to follow the spiritual path.
But that's the reason. This is why the Most High kept sitting back here switching spiritual leaders in hopes that somebody would stand up for righteousness' sake and maintain and hold down the fort.
You're right.
So that the Most
You're
High's
right.
ways would be pure and respected around the world. We were supposed to be the proper judges. But then the people said, no, we don't want judges, we want kings. We want kings. Then kings went left. No, judges went left first. Don't forget, after Samuel died, his two sons were judges, and they were corrupt. And that fueled the princes and everybody said, hey, we got to get rid of this judges system because it's corrupt. So let's switch one corrupt system for even a stronger corrupt system.
Kingly corruption.
With the kings, which was even a worse decision. But the point is the only thing that can get people to respect the Lord is the more on point leadership is. If leadership ain't on point, people have less respect and reverence for the word.
Oh God.
And less reverence to stay on point. Because if the man on top ain't on point, then I don't got to be on point. Then I can coast. The problem is leadership runs everybody to the ground. Because if the leader can't keep the standard, everybody's going to be justified to not keep the standard. And everybody's dying.
It's a trickle-down effect.
But everybody's going to die. Everybody walks around saying, if he couldn't do it, then I don't got to do it. Because he's really on point. He's somewhat on point. So if he can't be perfect, then I'm off the hook for having to push myself to do more.
Which is not true.
And that when everything is said and done and Christ comes back, everybody's going to be like, damn, I didn't do enough. And a lot of it has to do with the leadership being inconsistent. It's that simple. So this Bagos is a guy, listen, man, I'm going to do what I want to do in this temple. I'll take a piss in it if I got to. He didn't do that.
That's how he's rolling, though.
That's how he's rolling. He did not do that. But he's like, listen, I'm just going to disrespect it. I'm going to disrespect the sanctity of it because you've already disrespected it.
Because you disrespect your own temple. Brothers be arguing with people in public and arguing about being Israelites, and they disrespect their own religion, their own belief.
Their own belief. But you better follow these scriptures because these scriptures are true. This is why the Most High don't allow a lot of people to take that leadership position. Yep. That's why. And that's why it's so hard to be a leader. This is why we don't advocate people sitting back here and doing all this side teaching, acting like they're priests, because all they're going to do is lead people to destruction based on their conduct. This is why. Let's continue.
I got to pull this right here if you don't mind. Matthew Henry, Proverbs 29, verse 4. It says, a prince should establish the land, maintain its laws, settle the minds of his subjects, secure their liberties and properties from hostilities and from posterity. This he must do by the judgment and by the steady administration of justice, without respect of persons. A man of oblations overthrows the land. A man that is either sacrilegious or superstitious, or a man that will, for a bribe, convene at the most guilty. What is it saying? It says a man that's either sacrilegious. Sacrilegious means that you don't really care about things in respect to God. When people see the prince is sacrilegious, meaning he doesn't have any real piety towards God, he opens the door for all kind of negative. Right? Or superstitious, just super religious without biblical practicality and application. He's just going off erroneous beliefs in his head that he can't prove. These two elements open the door for disrespecting the Most High. Right? It says, or a man that will, for a bribe, connive at the most guilty, and in the hope of one, persecute the innocent. Such governors as these will ruin a country. Irresponsible princes ruin countries.
Yeah, bro.
So when men operate off intense emotion, when men don't maintain a standard, when men diminish the caliber of being Israelite man, they're ruining the country.
Bro, especially when you already aren't sovereign.
Yeah.
And we're fighting just for, listen, what by the time we're here and we're not sovereign, meaning we don't have our own power and authority and position, our entire life, our livelihood was predicated on how pious we were. while we were pious and in order, the Most High sat back here and we earned the respect of the nations because of how pious and in order we were. When we showed that we weren't pious and in order, that's when the nations started making life hell on us and making life miserable on us. Our life was at ease when we showed the Most High, listen, all that matters is that we love the Most High. And when the nations saw that, they said, man, I can respect these guys. These guys are serious about serving the Most High. Let me lighten up their life and make their life a little easier. We never picked up on that. That we had to sit back and bust our ass to earn the nation's respect by how pious we were with the Most High. And the Most High would just change how the nations looked at us and would automatically have respect for us.
God, the reverse of that too. Romans chapter 2, verse 21. Hypocrisy. Read on.
Thou that preachest a man should not steal. Dost thou steal?
Do you steal?
This is the verse.
But you're telling the man, hey, it's against the law to steal. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's. You know the law like the back of your hand, but you stealing. So you want people to abide by something. And this is the problem that Paul's having, is that as a leader, this is the hypocrisy of leadership. You tell men what not to do, but you're just as guilty as they are. People look for that to say, this is why I don't want to follow. Matter of fact, read on.
Thou that sayest a man should not commit adultery. Dost thou commit adultery?
You say it's against the law. Thou shalt not commit adultery. But the same brothers that's teaching, thou shalt not commit adultery. That's hypocrisy.
Yep.
That's a problem. Read on.
Thou that abhorrest idols.
And you say, thou shalt not, out of the Most High and the Most High only, love the Most High with all your mind, all your heart, and all your strength.
Yep.
But you got idols on the side. Read on. You got your traditions. Read on.
Dost thou commit sacrilege?
And this is what Dawiyah just brought out. Do you commit sacrilege? Do you permit the worship of idols? Read on.
Thou that makest thy boast of the law.
And you steady bragging about the law. Read on.
It says through breaking the law.
It said, but through what?
Through breaking the law.
What happens when you boast about the law, but all the meanwhile you're breaking the law? That's a conflict of interest. You're confusing people.
God, bro.
You're not giving people the right direction. Read on.
Thou that makest thy boast of the law, through breaking the law.
Read on.
Dishonorest thou the Most High?
Who gets affected in your hypocrisy?
Yep.
The Most High gets affected.
Exactly.
The Most High's name, the Most High, what He stands for, the Most High's word, all of it gets flushed down the toilet through your behavior.
Men lose respect for the Most High's word.
Yep. They don't want nothing to do with it. How many of our people already jump churches?
Yep.
How many of our people say, man, you know what, I seen flaw at that church, I don't go to that church. Or I just don't believe in no religion. Because I didn't see too many religious people holding Bibles, sinning the whole time.
Even people that sit back and claim that anti-camper claim. That anti-camper claim comes from leadership that makes poor decisions.
Yep.
Simple as that. If leadership made better decisions, people would have more faith in having a camp. But because there's been a lot of mistakes, a lot of Israel playing king, a lot of Israel taking advantage of things they weren't supposed to take advantage of, then all of a sudden, I'm an anti-camper. Well, first of all, people didn't want to be in camps anyway. But if they see flaw, that's my justification to do what I want to do and be an individual.
Justified.
And the word of the Most High, and the Most High gets the bear of the
you get the brunt.
The brunt of the what? Of the loss.
Yeah.
Because now there's more students that separate themselves from the power of the Most High. And now these students who need attention, who need to get worked on, who need more focus on them, don't get their spirit worked on.
Just scattering the sheep.
Because of what they've seen of the men. So people stay away, they stay separate, and they continue to erode in their spirit. All because they've seen men get weak. The word of the Most High and the movement gets destroyed.
And it affects families.
No. And read on, finish that last point.
Verse 24 says, "For the name of the Most High is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you."
It said, but ultimately, the Most High gave us the law because we're supposed to keep the law as the apple of our eye
To the Gentiles.
to the nations. We're
Yep.
supposed to be the example of righteousness to persuade the nations to forfeit their idols to go to the Lord. We're supposed to be, our behavior, our religion, and our way of worship was supposed to excel and exceed the nation's gods in their false religion and worship, and get them to convert to following the Most High also. But we're supposed to be that instrument that the Most High was using to convert the rest of the world.
Yep.
But how can we do that when our actions are full of hypocrisy? And that's why it don't make sense.
Yep. Listen, the question that the brother asked online is: were there physical, tangible benefits to the nations following their idols? That's a class in itself. But the answer is yes. Even when you read in Jeremiah chapter 51, if I'm not mistaken, our people didn't want to stop serving other idols. And Jeremiah 51 was after the majority of Israel already got sent to Babylon. Jeremiah 51, our people were sitting back here still saying, listen, if we stop sitting back here, he says, the women says specifically, ever since we stopped serving these idols, our crops haven't been growing.
Yeah.
Yep.
How our crops grow.
So they sat back here, whether they believed it was psychosomatic, or it actually happened. They believed that by following these idols, their crops would have grown better. And by sitting back here and serving the Most High solely, their crops weren't going to grow. Now, if Israel felt that way, for damn sure the nations felt that way. How even here on earth, when you sit back here and you sign that deal, and you sit back here and get to the big time, is there not a physical benefit for serving Satan in the world now?
Yeah.
Is there not a physical benefit for being a part of all these movements that are out here, these woke movements?
That's the
Are there not benefits for being a part of these woke movements and all these movements that are woke that are anti the Heavenly Father? Are there not? Why do you think they're being pushed at the high echelons of the people on top? When you sit back here and you play that game and you serve them, you're going to have to compromise your spiritual principles. And in return, you get something out the deal in the flesh. That's idolatry. And those are the fruits of idolatry. What are you going to give up morally and spiritually to gain something in the carnal? So the answer is yes. This is even why in Egypt, when Moses was going against the priests of Egypt, the priests could do the same thing that Moses was doing. Don't forget, the priests could sit back here and turn water into blood. Remember that? The priests could match the curses, a lot of the curses that Moses was doing.
And a lot of the origins of these paganistic cultures and religions, they have the purpose behind them is fertility, whether that be for agriculture,
yep,
or whether that be for we can't have children. So whether they still had their base in some type of fertility cults. They were fertility cults.
Yep.
They wanted their crops to grow, so they didn't care if they had to worship somebody. Like they had to, if you want your crops to grow, or you want a successful year. If you're in Canaan, you got to serve Molech. You got to go to the temple, offer your child in the fire, burn your child up in the fire to make sure that you get a blessed life.
And the nations didn't know the Most High.
Nope.
This was why it was our responsibility to be the examples of how to live righteously, in hopes that the nations would stop killing babies, stop doing inordinate things, let those wicked ways go, and serve the Most High themselves. But because we kept being so inconsistent, we wanted to do what the nations did. It just nullified
the reasoning,
the purpose behind it. It's no different if you have an older son and you're hoping that this older son can be an example.
Well, that's why the son get 2 whoopings. 1, because he violated the order, and 2, because he was a bad example in front of the siblings.
Exactly.
You got to whoop him for both purposes.
And you have to keep whipping him because that example, that negative example, is just fueling what? It's fueling the younger ones to give in to his weak example.
Yep.
It's fueling them to get weak with him.
Yep.
So you got to break them and
the kid's going to say, well, you let him do it.
Exactly.
As soon as they say you let him do it, it's over.
Exactly. And then what's going to happen when they see a person whose example is weak, it's easier for me to incline to weakness. But this is the situation in the world. We were supposed to be that big brother who carried themselves with love and honor towards their parents. And we never did it.
And the older one hates the position.
Exactly.
The older one sometimes says, well, how come I got to be the one that's got to always be on point? How come I can't have no fun? Because you got to think about the people behind you that are watching every little thing you do. You're going to open the door to negative to them.
Yep. That's the point. That's the point.
But I want to have some fun too.
Who cares what you want? You got to sit back here and serve.
But
be that example for your brothers.
You know what's crazy is a lot of times that older child you had when you was a child.
Yep.
So that older child watch you make mistakes.
There you go.
Exactly.
So who do you think the older child got it from?
I learned it from watching you, Dad.
Exactly.
Exactly.
You know that older child was playing under your bed.
Yeah, he saw the pot. He saw the pot under your damn bed.
He found the idol. He found the idol that was under the
pipe idol.
Yeah, exactly. He found the idol playing hide and go seek in the room.
Yeah. And what's this?
Yeah.
Hey, you know that box?
Put that down. Put that down. Yeah. I need you to act like you never saw that.
Yeah. And ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. There ain't nothing there.
Don't you ever tell your mama what you saw under that.
That's real.
Brother.
Where do you think they get it from? It's a bad example.
But when the kid is sleeping and smelling it around 1 o'clock at night, they know what's going on, right? You can smell that the devil's lettuce in the other room, right?
Yeah. That's my daddy's medicine.
He's taking medicine at 1 in the morning.
Yes, he is.
He
There's a lot of medicine being blown out there from 1 to 3.
Yeah.
It's tree medicine.
It's tree medicine.
I need this. His eyes are so red.
He sleeps, so he ain't seen it.
He's tired.
He just smells the lettuce.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and then they got friends that use the same medicine.
Kinda.
And then
they all hang out.
And then you gonna try to tell them, well, those are bad people. Look what they do. Well, they got the same thing from you. I smelled that from you.
Kinda.
How you gonna tell me they ain't no good?
I remember that smell when I was a kid,
Yeah.
Dad. It was in our house.
They
No,
we didn't do that. Yeah, right.
You smelling things.
Okay, you got more Romans?
Yeah, that was it in Romans. He said Romans 24, right? Read verse
2 and 24.
Read verse 24.
Great verse.
For the name of the Most High is blasphemed.
And but it's blasphemed how? It's disrespected how? Read on.
It says, among the Gentiles through you,
Through
as
who?
it is written.
So the Most High is saying your actions can bring the Most High shame. And the Most High, he hates the fact that he has to look bad because you can't contain yourself with consistency.
Yep.
And that's what we did here in Josephus.
Yep.
Is we make the Most High look bad by this internal fighting and struggle. It makes the belief of the Most High looks like it's a sham.
Yep. Yep. And then the nations lost respect, and it has made life even harder on us because of it. So, you know with that?
Yeah.
Let's go back into Josephus, and I want to pull a couple of verses after that. Let's finish the paragraph off. You see how much is condensed in this paragraph and why we had to take so much time? This is 3 days in this paragraph, but there was a lot here to pull from this. Read on.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 11, chapter 7.
Just put am I
paragraph
not?
101. Paragraph 1, line 301.
Okay.
It says, and as he was aiming to go into the temple, they forbade him so to do. But he said to them, and it says, am not I purer than he that was slain in the temple?
Mm-hmm.
And when he had said these words, he went into the temple.
He went to the temple.
He went in. He's not listening to none of this side. He don't care. You don't respect the Most High, then I'm not going to respect your establishment. I'm going here. I'm going to start grabbing all the gold.
What is this?
He's doing this.
What is this thing?
What is
this thing?
all the holy vessels.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's scratching it.
Yeah.
He's just defiling it.
What they use it for?
Licking all the holy things.
Yeah.
What are you
He
doing?
picking up the holy
That's
incense.
what I'm saying, not caring,
What y'all been doing in here?
But what's this smell you got here? What's
Yeah.
the mix in here? We can't tell you what the mix is. I want to know what the mix is.
I like it.
I want to burn this in my crib. Sir, we cannot let you know what's in this thing.
Yeah.
And then, that's how he's defiling it, at.
Or
He taking the oil, rubbing on his body, at. He takes some of the oils, at.
yeah. Oh, you got the Ark of the Covenant.
That's what, that was gone by then.
I know. I'm just saying.
Makai.
But you know, he's looking around to figure out what's the big deal.
He's putting on the garments. He's trying the garments on that. There's no respect at this point, huh?
I'm a priest.
He
now.
defiled the whole place. For it to be defiled, you went to the walls. You started touching everything.
And the nation respected it
They didn't tune in.
until then.
Yeah.
And then Jonathan's like, what have I done? What have I done?
You open the door.
He's still there. Having to feel all the shame of what he did being smacked right in his face. And that's forever staying in his life, bro. He's that guy that screwed the pooch out. Well, let's continue, Are you done with that paragraph?
It says, and when he had said these words, he went into the temple. Accordingly, Bogoses made use of this pretense and punished the Jews 7 years for the murder of Jesus.
See that?
He says, I'm going to use your flaw to justify more sanctions and money going to my army. We need more money for the army. I'm going to use this. Because you guys I'm going to hold you to the law. You guys are lawgivers. And there's going to be a law for what you did in the temple. We're going to get this bread for 7 years and make the entire city pay for it. For my new chariot.
Yeah.
For my new whatever the hell I want.
New armor.
You going to pay for it. My whole regiment going to have better armor. This is the penalty of the negative that we operate in. There's a verse. Let's go to real quick. First things first. Proverbs 16:7.
Proverbs chapter 16 and verse 7. When a man's ways please the Most High, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him.
And we know that is the case in life, but obviously we weren't pleasing the Most High, so the enemies had their whole sights fixated on us. Let that go and go to Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha, chapter 10 and 21.
God. Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 21. It says, the fear of the Most High goes before the obtaining of authority.
He says, the fear of the Most High goes before the obtaining of authority. When you're in power, when you do things the right way, you fear the Most High will respect the authority he gives you. And he'll allow the rest of the world and the people around you to respect the authority that he gives you. But, read on.
But roughness and pride is the losing thereof.
Roughness and pride is how you lose authority. What was happening during the time of the Bogoses and Jesus and Jonathan? It was roughness and pride, ego, envy got in the way of the authority the Most High gave us even in that temple. It's like the Most High, we keep losing authority and power and respect. The one thing we still had power over was the temple. That was the one thing we still had power over. Now, as you keep reading from here all the way through the Maccabees, whenever there was infighting amongst us, there was selfishness, there was pride, there was envy, there was ego, then that vulnerability started hitting through the priesthood, and then the very thing that makes us who we were gets exposed and gets tainted. Then the nations come in to take what they want. We've gone over this class before, and we'll go over it again when we read about the prelude to the abomination of desolation. Everybody talks about Antiochus Epiphanes and how wicked he was. And he was a wicked man. But the reality was this. Before Antiochus turned hard on us, the Greeks and Antiochus were very obliging to us. The Greeks sat back here. We're going to read this also. They let us sit back. They paid for our sacrifices also. They prayed. They paid for our offerings also, until a large portion of us came to Antiochus Epiphanes, petitioning to get gymnasiums in the damn city. We came to Antiochus asking for the Greek way, the Hellenistic way, to come to Jerusalem. The majority asked that. So what happened was this. If there was a 60-40 group that wanted it, and 40 want to keep the laws, now the city is in what? What's that? It's in chaos. So who you gonna call when the city's in chaos? The Greeks. We're gonna say that if it's 60-40, if I'm a Greek and the city is 60-40 Greek, 40 Jew, what are you gonna do?
Clear it out.
Let's just make it all Greek then. That's better for business. Because 60-40 sounds like a civil war to me.
Can't afford that.
That's bad for business. So if it's 60-40 Jew and Hebrew belief system, then we're going to make it all Hellenistic. Let's put these cats to war, wipe them out, wipe out the rebels, and push Greek culture. It isn't like they just woke up and said, yeah, we're going to make the Jew be Hellenistic. We wanted it. We asked for it. The Greeks were fine with just letting us be. We asked for it. That's not taught enough. We hyper-focus on Antiochus sitting back here in the negative he did. He did it because that's what we wanted.
We set the tone for those events.
Just like what we're reading now. This is the first time in Nehemiah and here when you start having priests petitioning with political figures asking to push their ways to come back to their city. You're reading about it now. This priest Jesus is doing deals with the Persian general. Only thing that happens later is that the priest end up going directly to the king.
And geopolitics, it's just simple as a nation asking for foreign influence. You're asking for nations to build air bases in your bases, and
Yeah.
they call that when they have a
The military bases.
yeah. They're asking for another nation to put a military base in your country,
Come.
and then you're like, I don't want no outside influence.
But you asked for it.
You have to make them
I'm tired of you guys. You guys are pushing our women to wear dresses and miniskirts now. Well, why'd you bring the military base down there?
Exactly.
You're asking for the culture change. That's the problem. We asked for the Greek way to come into our doors. Now we're angry that they're making us all Greek.
Until it's inconvenient.
Bro, another verse. We just read Ecclesiasticus 10:21 about how it says the roughness and pride is the losing of authority. Real quick, let's go to Ezra. Ezra chapter in the Bible. Ezra chapter 4 and 11 through 16. Because when you start sitting back here, when the leadership starts operating with pride and roughness and negative and low level thinking, this is the mindset that the rest of the world starts taking about us very soon. It's funny how certain kings can look at us and say, man, these guys are pious as hell. They're God-fearing. Let's pay for their sacrifices. King Cyrus did that. Darius the First did that. Xerxes was okay with us, and Artaxerxes was good with us, and he took care of us. But then you can see that, and then you can see this story, and then see how the nations can flip and look at us this way, and both scenarios are true.
And
read Ezra 4 and 11.
It goes back to the scripture about when.
Matter of fact, you got to lead, Jariah. You got to read. You got to sit down. Keep going, Damian.
It goes back to that point about when Israel's right with the Most High, their enemies are at peace with them.
Yeah.
So the temperament of our enemies is the basis is really a mirror of how the Most High looks at us.
Done. That's the thing.
It's a mirror of our relationship.
Done.
Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Jariah, Shashabata, Bayahawada, Bayashala, Hamaj, Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yashabakatam.
So we're going to be at Ezra chapter 4 and verse 11 through 16.
Ezra chapter 4 and verse 11. This is the copy of the letter that they sent unto him, even unto Artaxerxes the king.
Now, Artaxerxes, when you sit back and read in Ezra and in Nehemiah, they keep calling all the kings Artaxerxes. This Artaxerxes, or this king or leader, was the son of Cyrus. So it was Cambyses II. This letter was written to Cambyses, and it was written from the Samaritans that were our neighbors to the north. Read that.
Thy servants, the men on this side the river, and at such a time, be it known unto the king that the Jews which came up from thee to us are come unto Jerusalem, building the rebellious and the bad city.
So listen, either we are respectable enough to pay for your sacrifice or offerings, or when we're in a negative outlook, we are that damn rebellious and bad city. That is our reputation. It's either extremely poor or it's extremely respectable. But listen, read on.
And have set up the walls thereof, and joined the foundation.
He says these Jews are trying to build this bad and rebellious city back up. And the letter is a petition for Cambyses the king not to let the building commence. Read on.
Be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded and the walls set up again, then will they not pay toll, tribute, and custom. And so thou shalt endamage the revenue of the king.
He said, if you sit back and let these guys build this, they ain't going to pay you. They going to smile in your face, get these walls built up, and rebel. And they got a history of doing it, of not paying their bills. Who's that sound like?
That sound like us.
They said these damn Jews have a history of not paying their bills. Yeah. Listen, Jake can sit back here. You know what Jake can do? They can max out their credit card and then not pay their credit card. And I'll just wait 7 years. It'll come off.
They do too. They do too.
Trump do it.
but who's no more fun? We know fun.
Hey, they got babies got electric bills.
That's my point. They got collection notices too.
Like,
how does a 7-year-old baby have collection notices out?
Yeah.
How does a 7-year-old baby have bad credit?
Got 500 credit score.
That's horrible, but it's so true. That name is burnt.
How that name is burnt?
Hey, listen, I'm only 18. I was 12 when this happened. You got to take this off somehow.
Credit, sir.
Yeah.
Is there any way to take this off?
Let's settle the outstanding
balance. Where was my signature on this? I couldn't even sign it. I didn't even know cursive back then.
I didn't have an email address.
I didn't have an email address.
Oh my God. So once again, this chapter, Ezra, is just explaining how Israel, when we're negative, this is the mindset that the world has on us. Mm-hmm. We don't pay our bills. We won't pay our tribute. If you give them something, they're going to take advantage of you once you give it to them. And they're not operating with any honor. What this is saying is that you don't operate with honor. And there's no respect and appreciation for authority. That's what it's saying. Read on.
Verse 14. Now because we have maintenance from the king's palace, and it was not meet for us to see the king's dishonor, therefore we have sent and certified the king, that search may be made in the book of the records of thy fathers. So shalt thou find in the book of the records.
So he's saying this. If you don't believe our words, look in your own history. Your own history is going to say the same history we got, that these Jews aren't to be trusted. The question is this. Why didn't King Cyrus look at the records? Because King Cyrus was the father of Cambyses. Why did King Cyrus not look at the records?
Good question.
Because he was sitting back here. The Spirit was on him to look after him. Because they were living right. It was time to give Israel a second chance. So the Most High glossed over that skeptical nature. When we start acting negative, that skeptical nature picks up again. Same thing in our life. When we're living right, when we're operating the right way, the Most High glosses over the flaw. When we're negative, all of a sudden that skepticism rings higher and higher. Does that make sense? Okay, let's continue. Verse 15.
Verse 15. That search may be made in the book of the records of thy fathers. So shalt thou find in the book of the records, and know that this city is a rebellious city, and hurtful unto kings and provinces.
And hurtful unto kings and provinces.
He says these guys are the downfall of the kings because they don't pay their bills. They don't pay their people bills.
And they don't pay a people bill.
That's what I'm saying. That.
And their rebellion cost them resources.
Con.
These uprisings, and I think you had a list of like all the uprisings of riots within these kingdoms.
Yeah.
There's like hundreds of it.
There was a lot of uprisings that you had. This is before Esau took the moniker of being a Jew.
Yeah.
We were getting kicked out of a lot of cities, causing ruckuses.
Yeah.
They said we had aggressive evangelical approaches.
Yeah.
That's literally what they said about the Jew. This is when the Jew was the Jew. The Jew was the Christian. They said we had to kick these guys out of the city because these Jews were too aggressive in their street teaching.
Yeah.
That's what it was said.
Yeah.
They were overly aggressively teaching the word of God.
Sounds familiar.
If that ain't us, who is?
I'm like, y'all gotta
These
go.
white Jews,
Y'all have
these
to leave.
these L'chaim boys. They went, come on, that's not even them. You got Jake on a pulpit, you can't tell him nothing. Don't put him on like on a 3-foot board.
He's on
some
grandstand.
3-foot wood.
He's on grandstand now.
Listen, he gonna talk louder. Just give him around that height, that much height. You give Jake that much height, you can't tell him nothing.
Yeah.
Roman's going down. Roman's going down. We gotta arrest this man.
It's going to.
We gotta arrest this man, sir. This man is causing a ruckus here.
Yeah.
At the market,
Yes.
it's the meat market. Everybody's buying a little meat.
And he said, listen, you better eat no swine. You better eat no swine. God's going to destroy you eating that swine. You know what's happening,
Yeah.
And everybody's uncomfortable as hell. And they're walking all the way the other way to get away from these guys.
There are records of just disturbing markets and
Or
disturbing.
it's like, let that devil hand go. Why you holding the hand of that devil right
Yes,
there?
sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Yes,
Let it
sir.
go.
And they pointing that finger.
Let that devil go.
At people. It's hilarious.
You want to die with the slave master, don't you?
Yep. How was that not us? How was that not us? Anyway, bro, read verse 15.
Verse 15. That search may be made in the book of the records of thy fathers.
It's a time for everything, though. Time for everything.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a time for that.
I'm not tripping. I'm just saying it's us.
It's documented.
I'm not here to fight it.
It's documented.
In a documentary.
documented.
Yeah, it's in books. Well, let's keep going.
So shalt thou find in the book of the records, and know that this city is a rebellious city, and hurtful unto kings and provinces, and that they have moved sedition within the same of old time.
He said they have moved seditions out. Not only have they not paid their bills or their tariffs and their taxes, they sit back here, they're going to gird their resources up to go to war against you.
Of course.
He said this is the Jews' M.O. Read on.
For which cause was this city destroyed?
God, he said this is why the Babylonians took them out in the first place, because they didn't repay their bills and rebel. But once again, this harshly and scrutinous of a mindset is put on the Gentiles when we're negative. When we're honorable, they respect us. And we carry ourselves with enough respect and class where they wink at our past.
It's like the internet now. If you go on Twitter, there's a lot of bad pictures.
Listen, bro,
It's bad
that's
on
my
there.
biggest fear when we teach new people. Just watch the internet. I watch some of the Jews in action. That scares the hell out of me. I hope y'all don't take that and think that's us. And think we're them. Because they're going to make us look bad.
Well, I get that in the mall. Try to hit somebody with the book out. Are you those guys? It's like,
No, that's not us.
I said, listen, man.
We are not affiliated with that group.
Or groups. Listen, man. There's many sects of the Jews. All right. There's a whole lot of different sects. There's a whole lot of different Christian sects too, right? Okay, then.
You got to listen. You got to respond calm talk them through it. Kinda. So that's what's going on, man. And I just want to go to Ezra just to kind of show how our people, depending on how we are, the nation is going to look at us either this extreme negative way or the positive way. What you got?
Ecclesiastes chapter 50. Because, like you said, both are examples.
Yep, and they're both true.
They're positive examples.
Because there's good Jews. This was on point.
Yeah.
And that great relationships with kings, Artaxerxes and Nehemiah, Ezra and Darius, Cyrus and Zerubbabel.
When you look at the book of Daniel, it talked about the kings wanted our people amongst them and amongst their cabinets and amongst their leadership. That's why they raised Daniel up and the holy children up to be amongst them as advisors, because they were skillful men with all wisdom. So they appreciated us when we're in our right state of mind, because that's infectious.
Yep.
A good example is infectious, but also a bad example is infectious too.
It's cancerous.
Yeah. Read this right here, Ecclesiastes chapter 50, start verse 1.
Okay.
Ecclesiastes chapter 50 and verse 1. Simon, the high priest, the son of Ananias.
Go ahead. Now this is later on. This is around Maccabean time frame. Read on.
Who in his life repaired the house again,
He said he repaired the house again. Read on.
and in his days fortified the temple.
Go ahead.
And by him was built from the foundation the double height.
It said the foundation with this high priest, the foundation got built to a double height. Read on.
The high fortress of the wall about the temple.
Read verse 4.
Verse 4. He took care of the temple.
He did what?
He took care of the temple.
So some high priests do what to the temple?
Take care of it.
They take care of the temple. They care about the quality of the service of how the Most High is being served.
Mm-hmm.
They actually put their effort into maintaining a good standard of how a perception of how they want the Most High to be perceived amongst the nations. Read on.
He took care of the temple that it should not fall.
That it should not what?
Fall.
So what kind of man was this?
Responsible.
He was responsible. His actions were responsible. Jump down to verse 11.
Verse 11. When he put on the robe of honor.
It says, when Onias put on the robe of honor.
Onias was great. We're going to read about Onias. We get into 2nd Maccabees. And Onias was a great high priest. And when he was in order, we're going to read it again later on, there was a separate negative faction trying to get position and run into the Greeks to get political angles to oust Onias. And Onias was great at what he did in connection with the Heavenly Father. Like I said earlier, this warring elements of spiritual men and carnal people, it clashes heavy, but Onias was a great one. I'm sorry, I just want to bring it up. Let's keep going.
Go ahead.
When he put on the robe of honor.
It said when he put on the robe of honor. Read on.
And was clothed with the perfection of glory.
It says because Onias was a responsible figure, a responsible high priest. So it's not many men that make the position look good.
Yep.
There's a lot of people that give the position of priest a bad name.
Yep.
Onias wasn't one of them.
God.
Read on.
When he went up to the holy altar, he made the garment of holiness honorable.
He says he made the garment of holiness what?
Honorable.
So he's saying that there's some priests that make the position honorable.
Yes.
And people actually respect the priests.
They respect the position.
Because they respect the position.
Yes.
Because they take care of the position. They put their effort into maintaining the position of a priest.
Yep.
They don't give the priest's name a bad name and a bad reputation. So Onias is one to make sure that he did everything calculated as to bring glory to the Most High. So when he put on his robe of honor, it made the position respectable. Read on.
Verse 12. When he took the portions out of the priest's hands, he himself stood by the hearth of the altar.
Go ahead.
Compassed with his brethren round about.
Read on.
As a young cedar.
It said now the Bible's getting poetical. He said he's showing you how beautiful him when he was in the position as high priest, how beautiful it looked. It was like watching poetry in motion. He said it was like when he had all the men behind him, even when they lit the incense or lit the heart to the altar, he says he made it look so good. He said it was like what?
As a young cedar.
It said it looked like a young cedar. Cedar trees are known to be of the best quality of wood in the Bible.
Yep.
There's many biblical trees in the Bible, but cedar stands out as one of the best, being the fact that it's strong, being the fact that its oil inside the tree is a natural biotic property, and it's a natural it's a natural insecticide.
Yeah.
So it can't get overthrown or eaten by termites and bugs. Its oil and its property is strong, and it's enduring. That's why the temple was built with cedar. But he says, Onias made the position look good like tall cedars. Read on.
As a young cedar in Libanus.
And Libanus is Lebanon. That's where the best trees came from. That's where Solomon got the trees to build the temple from Hiram. Read on.
And as palm trees compassed they round him about.
He said it looked like trees. The men, when he was in that position, it looked like trees, the beauty of a forest standing around him. He said he's giving you an example of the glory and the beauty of somebody that when they do the position the right way, they make the position look so respectable. It's beautiful. It's poetry in motion. What you got?
That was perfect verse. An example. I'm not going to read it. I'm not going into it. But 2 Maccabees 3, when you get a chance, what made Onias so potent is that during his time, all the money reserves truly went to the poor and to the needy. And then all the shekoim, because when you even read in that verse you pulled, where it said when he took out the portions out of the priest's hands, he sat back here. They were known at that time that the portions that came to the priest, they went directly to what the people needed. And they had a really high stocking of monies in the temple. But it was only allocated to take care of the people, and the priest didn't get any of the money. But what happened was these negative Hebrews that wanted the power and position ran to the king, to the Greek king, and said, Onias is holding all this money and he ain't giving you tribute.
Yep. And Onias was heavy into not wanting Israel to be Hellenized.
Kinda.
He was stout against Hellenization.
And this is why he's respected in the annals of history, because he was against Hellenization, and the monies was taken care of, and the right people got the resources that they were supposed to get. They were taken care of. He took care of the people. When so many times the priesthood never took help. Remember in Nehemiah, the priest didn't even take care of the other priest.
Yep. The
porters were getting shafted out of money. The regular guys, the temple servants weren't getting taken care of. During Onias' time, everybody got treated properly. And that's why I kept on with that palm tree, that healthy place where there's growth in life at, because of his conduct.
And when that happens, and when you got individuals that play the part and they respect the part, and they make sure they maintain the service of the Most High properly, jump down to verse 19.
Verse 19. And the people besought the Lord.
What happens when people play the position correctly?
And the people besought the Lord.
So when the priests are right and there's good leadership, what does it force people to do?
Seek the Lord.
It forces people to seek the Lord. When you got bad leaders, people make excuses why not to seek the Lord.
Yep.
Wow.
See, exactly.
So when you got bad leadership, I don't want to come to class. I want to read the Bible. I see flaws. I see errors. I see mistakes.
Yep.
So therefore, I shouldn't have to go to the Most High. But when people play their role, when they play their position correctly, it forces people, they have a desire to want to go to the Most High. I have a desire to serve the Lord. Read on.
The Most High, by prayer before him that is merciful, till the solemnity of the Lord was ended. And they had finished his service.
And they did what?
And they had finished his service.
But that happens when people are in the right position. They respect the position.
Yeah.
It compels other people to want to serve the Lord. That's all I wanted to bring up on this. Just showing how we just showed a bad example in Ezra, what the nations think about us, but not all the priests were that way. Not all the priests was like Jonathan wanting to slay their brother in the temple. You actually had good high priests that actually did things the right way, that cared for the temple, cared for the job, that cared for the position, and when they put on their robe of honor, they made the robe of honor. They made the service look respectable.
Yep.
That's what matters. We all have that position as
A responsibility.
a responsibility as being Jews and also as being followers of Christ.
And on what you're saying, go to Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 5 through 8. It tells you the same thing. Deuteronomy 4, verse 5 through 8.
This is going to what
It goes into what the Most High's intention was with us in the first place. With us being given the law and the scriptures and the intention, the one-on-one intention he gave us. This was how the nations were supposed to look at us. Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 5. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my power commanded me, that you should do so in the land whither you go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations.
He said we were supposed to follow these laws and operate a certain way so the nations can see us and imitate. The world was supposed to imitate us.
Because we always go and say how the nations are as a drop of a bucket, and they're nothing unless nothing. We always do that. We always go into that theme, but we don't go into the theme of what we're supposed to do to lift them out their condition.
Kinda.
And that's inhumane on our part.
Exactly.
If we're the priest.
If we actually love the Most High, then let's do our job. And let's help the Most High do his job with the rest of the world. We'll continue.
Which shall hear all these statutes and say...
He says, if we follow the law correctly, they would hear what we're doing, they would see how we're living, and then they'd say what? Read on.
And say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding
That's
people.
the point. The nations were supposed to see us and look up to us. And when they look up to us, they're really looking up to the Most High. That was what we were supposed to be from the beginning. That's what Christ was saying when he said we were supposed to be a city on a what?
Hill.
A city on a hill. A light to the world. But we never fulfilled our position because we were darkness to the damn world. Read on.
For what nation is there so great, who hath the Most High so nigh unto them?
So, for the nations to say, man, these Israelites are special because their Lord is right next to them. So the next thought is, why am I following this God that's not next to me? Let me serve their God. Why? Listen, he's letting us know if we operate the right way, the nations were already going to respect us and imitate who we serve too. Because when you sit back here and read the end, when you get to Isaiah and Revelations and all those apocalypse chapters, it lets you know what's the end going to be. The rest of the world are going to beat their swords into plowshares and they're going to want to serve the Lord.
Yep.
And they're going to want to lock into Israel. That was the intention at the end. That was also the intention from the beginning. We just never could do it. Does that make sense?
John,
Yes.
kind of like Daniel when he was in Nebuchadnezzar's house.
What about it?
Nebuchadnezzar was like, hey, if anybody, talk down on Daniel's well, I make a dunk here.
Yeah, when we were in order, the nations respected us. And that was one man. Just imagine if all of us were in order. That would have been the impact necessary to change the world. That would have sat back here and kept the Canaanites from breaking the law. The Philistines would have been in order. They would have all. That was even what Solomon's intention was once the temple was put together. You read in Josephus, he says, man, it's easy to start something. It's hard to finish it. And to maintain what you've built. Well, he said the intention was for the nations to come and serve the Most High too. Solomon said it. The Most High is saying it through Moses. It's said in Revelations. It's said in Isaiah. This was the intention from the beginning. Was the world to serve the Most High. As Israel to be the representative on earth, to be the living example of how to follow God's law. Let's continue.
For what nation is there so great, who hath the Most High so nigh unto them, as the Lord our power is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great, that hath statutes and judgments?
So what he's saying is, verse 7 is saying, what nation is so great that their power will sit back and listen to them as soon as they ask? What they're saying is, man, what nation has a living power right there with them? Can I be part of this living power thing? And the answer was going to be yes. Yes, you can serve the Most High too. Because that was the intention also. Now, were they going to get the same rewards as us? No, of course not. He was still going to bless them with their servitude. Read on.
And what nation is there so great, that hath statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day?
In verse 8 saying, listen, what nation is this fair? I don't gotta kill my firstborn child. I don't gotta sit back here and defile my spirit. This is a good deal. This was the intention that he had for us. But we defiled it. Because we didn't look at it this way. And if we don't buy into it, why would the nations buy into it? Right? It's very simple. It's like your child, right? You want to get them to eat some of this Gerber nasty baby food. And you sit back here, you smack your lips on it, you're like, you eat it, mama, you eat it. Like, eating this nasty. You ain't even eating it. Why I gotta eat it? You know, you gotta do the airplane. You don't even want to eat it. You doing this. This was really good. You faking it like hell. You didn't eat that. You did this. But the kid sees it. Like, I know that this the same damn airplane that left your mouth is going back to my mouth. I don't like this. Can you eat it a couple times so I can believe you? You got to buy into it for somebody else to buy into it. Yep. Anyway, let that go.
We got one more on that too.
Yes, sir.
Genesis chapter 26, verse 26.
Genesis chapter 26 and verse 26. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Ahuzath, one of his friends, and Pickle, the chief captain of his army.
And they all three came to Isaac. Read on.
And Isaac said unto them, Wherefore come ye to me?
Isaac said, what y'all doing here? Why y'all come to me? What business do y'all have with me? Read on.
Seeing ye hate me.
He said, seeing what?
Ye hate me.
Does the nations hate us? Yeah, the nations hate us.
Yep.
They do hate us. They despise us.
Yep.
Read on.
And have sent me away from you.
Go ahead.
And they said, We saw certainly that the Lord was with thee.
It said, but when will the nations not hate you?
We saw certainly that the Lord was with thee.
When will the nations not hate us?
There you go.
They don't hate us so much when they see that the Lord is with us.
Exactly.
Now all of a sudden, they want to do what? Read on.
And we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us.
Now they want to do what?
Let there be now an oath betwixt
Let's
us.
do a deal.
Now let's do business now.
Now we do a bill.
Let's work together now.
Yep.
See, the nation don't give a damn about us if the Most High is disconnected from us.
Yes.
But when they see that the Most High is with us, now they want to do business with us. Now they want to be amongst us. Now they want to have affiliation with us. Read on.
Even betwixt us and thee.
It said even betwixt us and thee. Read on.
And let us make a covenant with thee.
Now they want to do what?
Make a covenant with thee.
Go ahead.
That thou will do us no hurt.
It says that you don't kill us. Because now that we see that God is on your side,
You might kill us.
you might kill us now. Now we want to make things right.
Let's bow the knee.
So the nations they'll get in order when we get in order.
Yep.
They'll deal right with us when we deal right with the Most High.
Yep.
But it all depends on when we decide to get right with the Father. When our behavior is it warrants some type of imitation or some type of model type standard where the other nations want to be a part of it.
Yeah, man.
They want to duplicate it.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. Everybody's waiting on us. The whole Bible's waiting on us to change.
Mm-hmm.
The scriptures even tell you that.
Creation.
The creation itself groaneth
Romans
for
8.
the manifestation of the sons of man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The whole world waiting on us to get right. Everybody, even our enemies, waiting on us to get right. Because when we get right, the world gets right. But what the holdup is us. We can't get along. Blood touches blood.
Listen, we just don't have any love in our hearts out. We don't have no love in our hearts out. We go all around the different semantics of the different laws we break. We have no love. This is why when you read Jeremiah 31, you read Jeremiah 8, he's very clear in the fact that we needed a fleshy heart because we have a stony heart.
Yep.
And this entire life that we're living on earth, the purging that we're going to experience after Christ comes back, is all about teaching us and pushing us to the point where we have to learn to have a fleshy, compassionate heart. Because that's going to separate us from getting into the kingdom or being left out there behind. Do you have a heart? Do you have a fleshy heart? And what that means is compassion, love, mercy, long-suffering, humility. If those things aren't worked on, you're not going to make it to the next level. And the Most High won't change that heart also. Because it's not, the funny thing is, it's not even, we're going to be so hardcore, pure people that we can change our heart. We have to work hard enough and dedicate and fight to subdue that black-heartedness in us long enough for the Most High to accept the effort. And then he'll change our heart. That's what it's about. Do you think we're going to sit back here and be perfect? And then the Most said, because you're perfect, now I'm going to give you pureness of heart. No. We got to fight to the end. We have to fight our nature to the end. And in the midst of us fighting our nature to the end, the reward is immortality. The reward is the changing of our heart and our mind. Because once our heart and our mind changes, then we'll be the proper leaders the world needs to follow and mimic and respect.
Fine.
Does that make sense?
God.
All right. You got more on that?
That's it.
Okay, we're gonna get past this Bagos's craziness where he sat back here and defiled the temple. Now we're gonna go to paragraph 2 in the Josephus. So it's book 11, chapter 7, paragraph 2. So just a quick recap again. You had Eliashib, you had what was that other brother's name? Judas. Then you had the brother combination of Jonathan and Jesus. Jonathan and Jesus were rivals of some degree. Jesus did things the left-hand way. Jonathan did things the right-hand way until he was exposed and killed his brother with all this inner fighting. Now let's get paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2.
Let me type this in real quick, sir. Read that.
Now when John had departed this life, his son Jaddua succeeded in the high priesthood.
So listen, Jonathan passed. Jaddua, his son, took on that high priest position. Read on.
He had a brother whose name was Manasseh.
He had a brother. Now, is this damn sibling rivalry scenario. We're going to read it down the line. Don't know how far we're going to go into this. But now there was another scenario where Jaddua was the high priest, but his brother was Manasseh. He was a Levite also. Read on.
Now there was one, Sanballat, who was sent by Darius, the last king of Persia.
This is Darius III. And as we've been reading about Sanballat is like a governor's name. Because obviously Sanballat was going on and functioning during the time of Nehemiah.
Yep.
And this is the 4th generation after Nehemiah. You had Eliashib, you had Judas, you had Jonathan. Now you're at Jaddua's time. So this is the 4th generation. So obviously it's a different Sanballat.
It's a
title. It is a governor position. Because Sanballat was the leader of that Samaritan city and land. Okay? So now we got Sanballat again, this individual who has power and position over the Samaritan lands, the northern kingdom of Israel. Read on.
He was a Cuthian by birth.
No, okay, read a little further up.
Now there was one, Sanballat, who was sent by Darius, the last king of Persia, into Samaria. He was a Cuthian by birth.
Kuthian.
Kuthian.
So by birth. So what he's saying is, this Samaritan, this Sanballat, was commissioned by King Darius III to run the affairs of that region. Okay? Now he said he was a Kuthian by birth. Let's go hold this in the Josephus. We're going to go to another Josephus scenario. Josephus book 9, chapter 14, paragraph 1. 9, 14, and 1. Nine, 14, and 1. Getting there.
Page 264.
9, 14. I'm tripping. I'm in the wrong. It's 10. It's lucky, 14, I said, right?
Yeah.
14 and 1. Yeah, read that.
Book 9, chapter 14, and chapter 1, or paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1.
When Shalmaneser, the king of Assyria, had it told him that Hoshea, the king of Israel, had sent privately to king of Egypt, desiring his assistance against him, he was very angry.
So listen, the 9.5 tribes, the nail in the coffin for the 9.5 tribes is when King Hoshea reached out to the king of Egypt and asked the king of Egypt to protect Israel against the Assyrian Empire. The same thing that Judah did. Judah reached out to Egypt to get protection against Babylon, and that was a nail in our coffin. Both of them did the same thing. Read on.
He was very angry and made an expedition against Samaria in the 7th year of the reign of Hoshea. But when he was not admitted into the city by the king, he besieged Samaria 3 years, and took it by force in the 9th year of the reign of Hoshea, and in the 7th year of Hezekiah, king of Jerusalem, and quite demolished the government of the Israelites, and transplanted all the people into Media and Persia, among whom he took.
Now hold on. Media and Persia, but they were also sent to Assyria. And that's what the scripture says. We got to make sure we explain that. They got sent to Assyria. Now there was probably portions of Media. They did get sent to Media also. Media is like, you have Assyria, and you had Media was to the east of Assyria. So they got sent to Assyria and in Media. Okay? Less to Persia, more to Media and Assyria. Read on.
Among whom he took King Hoshea alive. And when he had removed these people out of their land, he transplanted other nations out of Cutha, and a place so called, for there is still a river of that name in Persia.
So, what we're reading is the people of Cutha. Well, the Assyrians transplanted all the 9.5 tribes out, or the majority of them, and they sent in other people. The people of Cutha in particular, the people of Cutha, they originated from Persia, which lets you know now, where we're in present times, why that connection of the Kuthan Sanballat came from. Because the Kuthans had their origins in the Persian lands anyway. Okay, that's why the Samaritans always had power and leverage and authority over the Jews during the Persian and Mede Empire. Because it was that way to maintain the vassalship for Persia. So you had Persian eyes in the region, keeping eyes on what's going on and shooting the information to the Persians.
Yeah, the Assyrians that brought them Persians.
That's the point. But then now the Assyrians brought the Persians there, but the Persians are still there during the Persian Empire.
So then it's a slam dunk, because now our people are in power now.
Exactly. Now I'm going to use you guys that are the governors of the area That's why Sambalot and all those guys kept throwing shade and slowing construction down. Because it was like their people were talking to their people. Their people from the west were talking with their people from the east, keeping the entire region on lock.
So they're already there in advance,
Kind of.
and now they get to reap the benefits.
Yes.
It's like having some Polak immigrants come
Yep.
to America, and they create Polish town or whatever, and then now you got some Polish people coming in from Poland, and they're already assimilated now because they already have a leg up because we already got people here.
Or it's Israel.
Exactly.
Because they have the little small country, but they're running things everywhere. You sit back here, I don't know if you knew, like the
I'm trying to say
majority.
it, though.
Because I was like, Poland, that's what the other guys.
Yeah, because it's obvious who the other guys
If
are.
you sit back and look at all the major United States foreign policy people, just look at their origins. There was a lady named Victoria Nuland. She's no longer in a position of heading like governmental agencies, but she is a Hungarian Jew. You sit back and look at all the other people in those political positions. They have ties to the old country.
Yep.
So you can sit back here and you can run the world by having these people in strategic positions over here and in their homeland. You can run the whole place that way.
Yep.
When you have, listen, who is the president of Mexico? You know what historical.
It's no longer Obrador. Obrador is no longer the president.
The president now has Jewish ties, Jewish blood, Jewish lineage there. This is all around the world. This is how control and dominance is maintained. So this is what Kutha, or the Samaritan people as a whole, are to Persia in the Persian lands. Because they can go back and tie their origins back to Persia. So that's how we understand that beef and hostility we had with the Persians.
And then it makes it even that now we understand also why Nehemiah was so afraid, or Ezra was so afraid of rebuilding the temple, because you had snitches. You had Persian snitches already living in the area.
Exactly.
Who can report back to Persia that these guys are out of order.
And they're trustworthy, and there's a connection there.
Exactly. You got the language, the culture, the same people.
Yes.
So it's like you're gonna
Brother, trust me, brother.
Yeah, trust me, brother. They're building a temple. They're gonna keep us out. They're not gonna do business.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna be bad for business. Nobody gonna make no money.
Yep.
So they have some snitches already in Jerusalem implanted. So now you can see why Ezra was so afraid, and Nehemiah was so afraid, even wanting to do that.
And how they were so easily able to block all the deals and transactions from this being this. Because you was like, why do these guys have so much power in this region?
Yep.
They have more power than everybody else. You only hear about those dudes. Because they were the ones that were the eyes and ears for Persia in the West.
Exactly.
That makes all the sense in the world. Does that make sense to y'all? Okay. I don't want to read too much into that, but just those two scenarios connect. Let's go back now to Book 11, Chapter 7, Paragraph 2 from the top.
Paragraph 2. Now when John had departed this life, his son Jaddua succeeded in the high priesthood. He had a brother whose name was Manasseh. Now there was one Sanballat who was sent by Darius, the last king of Persia, into Samaria. He was a Cuthian by birth, of which stock were the Samaritans also.
So he's telling that the Samaritans were really Persians. Their origin was Persia. Okay? And the people of, now if you think about it, that means the people of those regions still have ties to Iran.
Yep.
And this is why they're tied in, and this is why even Iran now, to a degree, defends these Gazan people. These Gazan people are tied into the region from the beginning.
Anciently, they're connected.
Exactly the point. They're anciently connected. The Persians, the Iranians, the same people. They're just spread out throughout the region. Just something to think about. Let's continue.
This man knew that the city, Jerusalem, was a famous city, and that their kings had given a great deal of trouble to the Assyrians.
There you go. He keeps going back this trouble to the damn nations. The whole world knew, we just didn't lock in. Read on.
And the people of Celesyria.
Seleucia is the region of that area. All the surrounding regions, Edom, Ammon, Syria.
That's Seleucia?
Seleucia is that entire
Those
region.
small nations.
It's just that pocket of space. It was no, not Babylon. Seleucia was Tyre and Zidon,
Okay.
Philistia, Israel, Ammon,
Syria.
Syria with the S, not Assyria. Syria with S. That area was Seleucia.
Is that what they call the Middle East, if you will, or no? Or
Let's just
No.
keep it Seleucia because that was the name of the region. It was
Okay.
Seleucia. Because the Middle East, I think about Saudi Arabia and all those spots.
Iraq.
It's too much stuff. Just keep it in that pocket.
Gotcha.
That's Seleucia. And it's still in Asia, though. It's Asia, but Seleucia in Asia. Because don't forget, Asia starts where? From Turkey going east is when Asia starts.
I know that. Okay.
Asia starts at Turkey.
Like around where Thrace and Bithynia.
Well, actually, right after Hellespont.
Hellespont.
Hellespont is that little space
Split
of water
in between.
that you got to cross before you hit Asia.
Yeah, but Thrace is on the left, Bithynia is on the right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's what it is.
I know you're a geographer. I guess.
You better.
Like somewhere in Texas. It's in Texas, so at the Panhandle. No, it's not. Thrace and Bithynia is not, but the Panhandle.
It's somewhere in Europe. Thank you, sir. It's in Europe. I appreciate it.
those European
Thanks for the
places.
news flash, sir.
One of those places up there.
So, let's continue.
This man knew that the city Jerusalem was a famous city, and that their kings had given a great deal of trouble to the Assyrians and the people of Seleucia, so that he willingly gave his daughter, whose name was Nicaso, in marriage to Manasseh.
You see how this keeps happening? This cycle keeps happening.
What's the
We
cycle?
read this in Nehemiah. Remember Sanballat kept sitting back here and sending his daughters in marriage to the
intermarrying.
priests?
Yep.
This was happening all the time.
It's a control play.
It's a political control play. If you have my daughter, then I got your ear. Then I got your business. I got your money. And we're also compromising belief systems. This has been happening from the beginning of time.
Also, it's a guarantee that you're not going to fight against me because
Exactly.
my daughter got your grandchildren.
Yep.
So what, you going to kill your own grandchildren?
Exactly. And you'll sit back here, if you read in Daniel's chapter 11, it goes into the same thing, how during the height of the Syrian wars, which was between the different factions of the Greek Empire, whether it was the Ptolemaic Empire or the Seleucid Empire,
Mhm.
one of the ways that they kind of controlled and squashed the fighting for short periods of time was intermarrying of the family. The daughter of the Ptolemaic family marries a Seleucid king. Now there's peace. That was the only way they could maintain peace for any period of time. But this is what kings did to establish and broker that scenario. But the problem with us, that it's not that simple with us. Because when we're intermarrying culturally.
We can't do that.
We can't do that. So that creates a whole bunch of other problems. And what's happening is, like we read,
And you don't want your kids to go to the in-laws because now they got pepperoni pizza on the menu.
they got pepperoni pizza, they got
pork
Christmas
chop,
trees,
They got pork chop for dinner.
they got Halloween.
Yep.
It's all waiting up there, right?
How come I can't see my grandbabies?
Exactly.
Well,
And they ain't listen. You think these grandparents is listening to all them rules? Like, shit, I raised my children on Christmas. I'm going to do what I want to do.
yeah.
Here, child, here, eat this, man. Eat this, child. You already know that's how it is.
Santa gonna see you in the morning.
Yep. And they
That's
say,
true though.
don't pay your parents no never mind.
Yeah. You at grandma's
Too
house.
much. They too much.
Grandma rules is applied to grandma's house.
Exactly.
That's what happens. You done brought that confusion into you. It's hard to get that out too.
And
Right.
what's happening is this. But in order to establish political ties and political power, Sanballat also was saying, forget who God ordained to be the high priest. I'm choosing the other son. He's doing this deal with Manasseh, not with Jaddua. So what does that establish again? It establishes that rivalry again. That same rivalry that Jaddua and Manasseh's father experienced with their uncle, Jesus, that died. It's the same cycle of chaos that's coming back, that same envious cycle that's about to get started. Manasseh had the backing of Sanballat. Jesus had the backing of Bogosis. So the money sat back here and backed the person with less spiritual background to him. The person that the body of the Levites chose was the more spiritually centered individual. So now you got this constant war between the one that the Most High chose and the one that money can buy. And there's going to be that constant dynamic for many generations as we continue to read during the Greek era.
But this
it's constantly the same situation.
This is the dynamic of interweaving with nations.
And it's envy. It's still the root of envy. Because all Manasseh had to do was say, no, I'm going to follow the law and stay right with the Most High. And accept my place. Why would Manasseh take the deal? I understand why Sanballat offers the deal.
Yeah.
I can understand why Sanballat offers the deal. Because that benefits the Samaritan Empire. And it benefits the interest of the Persian and Mede Empire. Why would Manasseh take the deal? Knowing it's against the law for priests to intermarry with the nations. Knowing that he's corrupting his office. Why would Manasseh take the deal? For financial gain,
for benefits,
and positional gain.
Yeah, it's like Patrick Mahomes' little brother.
I don't
know if y'all know
Jackson Mahomes.
Yeah, Jackson Mahomes.
Listen. He's 6'5" and ain't got a lick of talent.
He got no
all
talent.
That talent, all that ability, all that physical body, ain't got nothing out the deal.
Yep.
Like, you're 6'5", bro. You're bigger than your brother, and he probably throw like this, throw like a sissy. He probably throw like this.
Yeah.
He look like he throw like that.
Yeah, he do. But all he does is give his brother a bad name. He gets in the clubs.
What's he doing?
Because he says I'm Patrick Mahomes' brother. So he uses it for little stupid games. Little clout. Just because I'm Patrick Mahomes' brother, then he's belligerent at the club, get kicked out of clubs.
he be hitting women like.
Yeah, slapping.
Yeah,
then he go to jail.
Bad.
Then he been to jail several times.
Patrick Mahomes, bro, let me out.
Yeah.
Yes, bro, it's horrible.
So he got a Patrick Mahomes card, brother card.
Look at this.
He likes to use it.
Brother, he's an embarrassment.
But he's an embarrassment.
But look at that dynamic. But look at that, and think of it in a spiritual scenario. You got that one brother that's on point, and the other one that can't get right, but they still know how to operate and go through the basic ceremonies of being high priest. So I can use either one of them. Let me use and mold the sucker and the impressionable one and make him a puppet leader. So I'm really running the city. I'm really running Jerusalem through this puppet.
Yep.
I just got to keep him drunk and keep women in his face, and I can run the entire kingdom. And all I got to do is finance and back him and find some kind of way to remove the other from power.
Yep.
It was the same thing Bogosis picked up on with Jesus, because Jesus had to have been reading the scriptures, reading in Nehemiah, the grandson of Eliashib that married the four women then. That's why he couldn't be the guy in power from the beginning.
Yep.
It's the same dynamic happening a second time.
Second generation.
But we're still dealing with why. It's that envy. Being the guy that was not chosen, he couldn't accept it. Manasseh couldn't accept the fact that he wasn't called to be the high priest. So now he's vulnerable for bribery.
Oh yeah, he's an open door now.
Because he can't accept the verdict the Most High gave to him.
You're really a pawn for Satan.
That's the point. Because he couldn't accept that his works weren't good enough. What it doesn't say in either case was who was the eldest son. Because that could be part of the fuel as to why either one of them couldn't accept their demotion.
Neither could Dathan and Korah accept Moses.
Exactly.
And Aaron.
Exactly.
And they were older.
And that's why this is implied, but I think either one or both of the stories is showing that they're younger. They were the older ones and got overlooked because their character didn't show that they had what it took to be the high priest. And how many people can take that smack in the face saying, you know what? Your works, you can't be that guy. I got to go with the son who's more on point. How many cats can accept that ego-wise?
You know what? You Job chapter 30. Because, and when you come in the truth, a lot of times your elders and your teachers going to be younger than you.
Yep. Or you come in the truth, and a lot of times the younger guy ends up blowing past the guy that's already in front of you.
Yeah.
That happens too.
32:7.
Job chapter 32 and verse 7.
Go ahead.
I said, days should speak.
Yeah, a person been on earth longer, that should mean something.
It should.
It should. Read on.
And multitude of years should teach wisdom.
It should be. You should be a teacher by the time you've accumulated so many years upon earth. That means your eyes have seen so many things, your ears have heard so many things that you're able to relay it and teach what you've seen and heard down to other people. Read on.
But there is a spirit in man.
But not everybody. The Most High not looking at years. He's not looking at age. He's not looking at months and gray hair. He's looking at what? The spirit. A lot of times you have to understand that the Most High will use a younger spirit. But you may think that, well, shit, I'm older, so wouldn't it make sense that I be able to be in this position of leadership? Wouldn't that make sense? That's not always the case.
I know.
Read on.
And the inspiration of the Almighty.
Not everybody is inspired by the Most High. Read on.
Giveth them understanding.
The young men have understanding. The understanding isn't always with the aged. Read on.
Done.
Great men are not always wise.
It said what?
Great men are not always wise.
Read on.
Neither do the aged understand judgment.
It says neither do the aged understand what?
Judgment.
There's old fools as well as young fools.
Yeah.
Read on.
Therefore I said, hearken to me. I also will show mine opinion.
So he's showing you that in the scripture, the Most High doesn't use great men or aged men to be in positions of leadership sometimes, because it's about the spirit that's in an individual. It's not the years. But you know, our people be so prideful. Boy, you ain't got nothing to teach me.
Yep.
You ain't got nothing to tell me. I didn't live twice your life. I didn't live 3 times your life.
Exactly.
What do you have to teach me? You can't teach me anything. But that's pride talking. And our people, we miscalculate that and misunderstand that all the time. Go back to where we at.
Done. So let's continue. We're going to go into this envy aspect in a little bit. I just want to finish this chapter up and kind of see how this envy, because I want to go into envy and then kind of start reading how this brother Manasseh tries to flex his power and tries to imitate that Me Too kind of scenario. Not the Me Too that you see on television, but like, if the spirit's with you, the spirit's with me also.
Yeah, me too.
That's what we're going to be reading about with Manasseh. But let's keep going.
Line 303. This man knew that the city Jerusalem was a famous city, and that their kings had given a great deal of trouble to the Assyrians and the people of Cilicia, so that he willingly gave his daughter, whose name was Nakaso, in marriage to Manasseh, as thinking this alliance by marriage would be a pledge and security that the nation of the Jews should continue their goodwill to him.
Listen, it's that, but the problem is, Sanballat did it for control and influence. Manasseh did it for power and influence also, as a threat to the priesthood, as a threat to Jadua's position. Hold this and go to Philippians chapter 1 and 15 and 16. Excuse me, sir. Because the crazy thing is, now we know he broke the law by marrying another woman, but what we're reading in this situation is you can work with brothers every day, you can work with people every day, and not really know their motivations, and really not know why they get up in the morning every day. So let's get this Philippians chapter 1, verse 15 and verse 16.
Philippians chapter 1 and verse 15. Some indeed preach Christ, even of envy and strife.
He says some people preach Christ, even in the spirit of envy and strife. A lot of people can sit back and say, I'm following the commandments, I'm doing the work of the Most High, but it's in the spirit and nature of an envious and an argumentative and fighting man. This is why it's so important that we follow Christ as well as maintain keeping the law. Because a lot of times you can keep the law and still operate in this spirit of envy, in this spirit of strife, and you need the understanding of Christ to expose that other element that's in men.
God.
Because a lot of us keep the law and we tiptoe around and have all this other negative inside of us that we never face.
Or address, yeah.
So read that from the top again.
Some indeed preach Christ, even of envy and strife.
So we're doing good. People do good works and still got envy inside of them. Read on.
And some also of good will.
And some do it for the right reasons. You just don't know who you're dealing with half the time.
What this person's motivation
You don't know if it's for good reasons or they just want to come in and get ribs.
Yep.
You don't know if sisters come in the truth for the love of the Lord or they just want a husband. You don't know. You don't know why people get up in the morning and do what they do. People might come in the truth to just look for the benefits of the truth.
Yeah.
Others come in for the pureness of the service. Read on.
The one preached Christ of contention, not
A
sincerely.
lot of people teach Christ in the spirit of contention. And that's also the answer that we have for you, when you were asking about rough street speaking. It's not wrong with raising your voice. It's nothing wrong with speaking passionately. But I shouldn't be teaching Christ in the spirit of contention either. We got to teach Christ in the spirit of love and mercy and patience. Now that has nothing to do with the volume of your voice and the octave of your voice. It's the spirit you teach in. I can see Brother Simak raising his voice and it's still out of love. Then that's fine. But if you're street speaking or you're teaching or you're doing this work out of the spirit of contention, that's when you're off.
Oh, it backfired too.
Yeah, it'll backfire against you. Well, because Christ ain't gonna honor that. So it's not about voice level as much as motivation and reasoning, intent behind your teaching.
Most High judges the intent behind the work.
Kinda.
Why are you teaching this class?
Yep.
Because the class is the class. But why are you teaching?
Yep. What do you want out of it? Why are you teaching on the street? Are you just tearing down just to tear down? Because I was always taught from years ago, even old street teaching, when it was done properly, I was always taught you only sting Esau to bring in Jake. So I was sitting at hold posts in the 90s, the early 90s, and I only saw brothers start going at Edomites when there was like 5 to 10 Jake dudes watching the class. But they would sit back and have this dialogue with this Edomite to pull other Jake in and get them to listen. And then what happened is the really good street speakers would sit back here and have a crowd, sting that Edomite, talk about the wickedness of the nation, and then dismiss him and focus on Israel. The really great street speakers could do that. Do it to a T. And then over the years, then it became just, I'm just going to talk about Esau all day long, the fall of the kingdom, the fall of the kingdom, the fall of the kingdom. But it was never about that. It was, this is a tool to bring Jake to this confrontation. Once you got Jake listening, then we go into color. Then we go into history. Then we go into who Christ is coming from. Who did Christ look like? Boom, 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 boom. Then you have a wave of 20, 30 Jake. They're getting the letters, they're getting the pamphlets, they're getting the information, and then they go off. Then an hour and a half later, the block gets hot again. This is when I was street speaking as a teenager in Venice Beach. And I'm sitting back here holding posts, just standing and looking at this, standing straight ahead, bro. But you're listening. And you're watching how these brothers would do it. When the ones who were the greats at it, they will sit back after that hour and a half will come in. Another group of people will kind of flow through. You'll see this Edomite guy ask a question. God is all love. And they're like, oh, here we go. And then you have 15, 20 people come into a group, and then they're watching it. Then all of a sudden they're teaching this guy. They're hitting him up. But as they're hitting this Edomite guy up, they're focusing on the eyes that are listening.
Who's
They're
receptive?
teaching to them, not to this guy. He's the bait. He's the chum in the water to get the sharks to come. But over the years, that art was lost. And only so many people still have that art and skill and capability. Most people just yell and scream at the white man now.
For views, because men
It's
get
for
off,
clickbait.
Men are getting off the deviations behind the desire to what are your numbers.
Mhm.
How much dust can you kick up to get numbers so you can be seen as a powerful figure online?
Yep.
It became about really self-promotion versus education, edifying people that have no concept of the Bible.
God. And it wasn't ever supposed to be about views, attention. Hey, look at me. I'm on point. We're doing everything too. We're checking the boxes too. It was really, can you touch the people around you? Then after that, it turned into bootlicking. I gotta get on camera and Edomites is licking the boot. They were high-fiving it. Yeah, we got him, you dig? I've seen brothers sit back here and when a person wants to lick the boot, they sat back here and rubbed their feet around with a bunch of poop. I've seen that. Like, why? Why are you doing that? Just to get a laugh out of it? That's us, though.
It's cheap.
It's a cheap thrill. When the motivation behind it wasn't pure. The motivation should have been about, listen, telling this person how it is, the truth about how life is going to be, and let's bring Jake in. Let's teach Jake. And when it happens, when it's done right, you see 40 people, 40, 50 people out just listening. And it's like, man, this is beautiful. This is what it's supposed to be about. This is why we in San Antonio don't jump just to go on the street corner and yell at cars all damn day long. This is why we don't do it. It's not a knock against people who do it. But there was a way that it was done. There was a rhythm to it. There were certain places of major concourse that you used to tap and touch people the right way. You needed a place where there was consistent moving of people, consistent flow of people, and it has to be taught properly. You go out here and just yell and yell and yell and yell and yell. It's not in the right spirit of what it was intended to be when there were great teachers doing it in New York, great teachers doing it in LA. I've seen great people do it. But the conditions had to be a certain way, and the teaching and training had to be a certain way. Anyway, I don't know, we kind of gone off on a tangent, but it was still connecting into the purpose and intention behind teaching. Okay, so read verse 16 again.
Verse 16. The one preached Christ of contention.
And also to answer your question, says strife is not talking about difficult times. People sit back here and teach to start arguments. Just out of the spirit of starting to fight with people. People sit back here. Some people got the knowledge and they use the scriptures to shame people. Just to feel better about themselves. There's a lot of Israelites that don't do this for the right reasons. People get this knowledge and use it just to have leverage and control over people. To feel superior over people. To play kingdom over people. That's the truth. That's the strife that I'm talking about. It's not adversity. It's the adversity that people who teach, who think they're teachers, put other people through because they think they know something. And the fact that they know 15 more verses than the next person, they want to make people feel that. So they can control them and make them feel bad about who they are. A true teacher builds and inspires people. A true teacher wants the student to surpass them. That's how you know you got a good teacher. They're not going to try to keep and stifle you or keep you down and keep you broken. No, they teach to lift and to build. Now, even when a good teacher teaches, he's going to cut you. He might tear down that pride with the intention of bringing you back up. That's teaching. But a lot of people cut, tear down, strife, condescend, see the worst in you, and keep tearing you down with no build-up. And people do that to maintain control and leverage over you. This is why when men leave, and they leave too early, and they try to teach, there's levels to this. And just because a person listens to class for a year or two doesn't mean that they're qualified to teach, counsel, and lead. Sorry, Chef Swan.
No, I just want to bring scripture up on what you're saying. What you're saying is on point. 1 Corinthians chapter 14, verse 3.
1 Corinthians chapter 14 and verse 3. But he that prophesieth speaketh unto men.
It said when you prophesying or you teaching, you speaking to men, but you're speaking to men for a purpose. What's the purpose of teaching? Read on.
To edification.
It said, what's the purpose of teaching?
To edification.
The word edify means to build up. That's where the word edifice comes from. Edification comes from the word edifice. Edifice is a building. So you're teaching for the purpose of building people up. You're not just teaching just only to tear down. Now, sometimes you got to tear down, then build up. But the objective overall is still to build up no matter what. But also, by definition, edification means to build up intellectually, morally, and spiritually. So I'm still trying to add these things to the audience. I'm still trying to add this understanding to the audience, where when they leave or they walk away from the teaching or they part, they take something with them. What they take with them is a more moral way of living, better morality. What they take with them when they leave is more understanding. What they take with them is, man, after this exchange, I'm smarter than I was before the exchange. You've added value to me before the exchange. After the exchange, I leave with something.
That's powerful.
After every exchange, it should be that way. He says, so the purpose of teaching should be edification. What else?
To edification and exhortation.
Exhortation is mild correction. It's not even extreme. Because sometimes people are like, damn, you might be teaching to the point where people may confuse. Do you hate your people? Or are you teaching, yes, when you whoop your kids, even when you whoop your kids, it tells you not to be extreme. It does say beat them on their sides. But it also says provoke them not to what? Anger. There's even levels of spanking. And there's different levels of correction. A bad parent knows how to spank their child and get the best out of their child. Because at the end of the day, it's still, I'm doing this because I'm trying to show you what not to do. And I want you to take my mind with you. But a bad parent whoops not for edification, just because you got on my damn nerves.
For their own pleasure?
Just because, yeah, for their own pleasure. But not just their own pleasure, but out of inconvenience. You inconveniencing me. You're an inconvenience to me. It's not even that I'm whooping you because you actually did something bad.
Exactly. I'm
whooping you because you're bothering me. You're a bother to me. Then you're sending what kind of message? Crazy. Is this out of love, or you actually just whooping me? Let me just stay away from you then, because that's what you're teaching them. Let me not come around you.
See, this is why I got to say this, because I wanted to bring this up in a class months ago. I just never had a chance to make the third part of the class. What people don't understand, when you read about the not coddling your child and spanking your child, what people don't understand is, Philo said in his writings, he said, listen, our people was overly loving to our children. We overly coddled our kids. We spoiled them rotten. So because naturally we spoiled them rotten, what did you have to read in Proverbs? About the chastising your son, beat him with the rod, he's not going to die. But then we got black-hearted ass Israelites say, kick his ass, beat him with the rod, sting him, correct him, check him. But that wasn't the reason. It was about counterbalancing the fact that we over-coddled our children. So with that little piece of information, doesn't even the concept of correction give a little bit more clarity to why we are supposed to correct? I got to correct to counterbalance that part of me that wants to coddle you. I got to break that, and I got to break that part of me that wants to let you go and wink at all your mistakes.
And be soft on you.
And be soft on you. So I got to sting you to break that part of me that wants to let you off the hook.
Come.
But that's not how a lot of Israelites take that verse. That's permission to whip asses and check and correct and be ultra fire.
Yep.
Because that's what's in your nature anyway.
Or the boss bit down on me today, so somebody's gonna catch this fade when I get home.
And then I'm justified because the scripture says, "Spare not the rod."
Yeah.
You see the difference in mindset and intention behind how it's supposed to be done,
And it's some
and how we do it.
Yeah. It's some real bad. So some lady ended up going to jail behind using that scripture.
There you go.
And lady went to jail, and she said, "Spare the rod." Listen, yes, in context, just whipping the child for like the 3-year-old child.
Well, that's the point. We don't operate in context. We operate in our own little negative, little psychosis to justify our action.
Oh, I got beat, so you're gonna get beat. That's how I got dealt with. So it says, edification. What else?
And exhortation.
Exhortation is mild correction. It's not extremely overboard where you sending mixed signals where the child don't know are you a father or enemy. Read on.
And comfort.
And what else?
And comfort.
But at the end of the day, after this exchange, after this lesson, is to comfort you, because what is the condition of our people in? They're in discomfort. Our people are sick at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So can I teach so that the people can be comforted? Can I teach so that the people can have a place to go, or have a positive outlook and perspective towards Israelites, versus saying, you know what, I'm gonna run them off. A lot of times you may have 1 or 2 shots to get in somebody's head.
Yep.
And then you chose the hostile way and the violent way, and they may need comfort. But there's a skill, to know the audience and what they need, because these are the things that they need. It doesn't say they don't need correction. They just said they need mild correction. It don't say that they don't need, direction. They just need edification. They need to be built up. A lot of the people that our people deal with, or our people that we deal with, our people in particular, they had no attention, and all the attention they received growing up was the wrong type of attention. They got the wrong upbringing and the wrong type of attention, and they become disillusioned as adults. So a lot of our people need to be remolded, reshaped, reconditioned all over again.
Exactly.
And it's going to be hard to do that if they're thinking that you're coming only in the stance of an enemy. It's going to be hard to do that. But if we're going to teach, these are the motivations and the methods behind how we teach and what we're teaching ultimately. Let that go.
Okay, let's go to Romans chapter 1 and 28 and verse 30. 1 and verse 28 to 32. We were in Philippians chapter 1 verse 15 through 16, and it was explaining that a lot of our people teach and do this work out of the spirit of strife and envy. So this is what's happening even amongst Jaddua and Manasseh. This is what was happening with Jonathan and Jesus. They were doing the service of the Most High in the temple, but there was nothing but envy and wrath amongst the body.
So it's, say for example, then if these two brothers if one is teaching it out of envy, then is the quality of the teaching important, or the fact that I just did it because you did it?
Well, the funny thing is this: if we go back in the Philippians, Paul never said that the teacher that teaches in the spirit of envy and strife should not be listened to. He just pretty much said that everybody's work is going to be judged of what sort it is, because we can't control. Even when we see the intention of a man, it still doesn't give us the right to operate in any way negative to it.
Yeah.
Because even that person that's teaching out of the spirit of strife, people are listening to him, and Christ is being taught, and we can't take that position of trying to change a condition that we have no power to change or adjust. Because if that's when we get into a negative spot, when we try to change the course of a river.
Yep.
We're trying to change what the Most High got going on. Because ultimately, if I'm teaching out of envy or strife and negative or in good. The Most High is going to judge each what? Servant
He's serving.
based on their works.
Yeah. And as far as what the students are learning, he says, prove all things and hold fast that which is good.
Nah.
So that because there's good attributes of every teacher. And you take the good and spit out the bad.
Yep. And that's what 1 Corinthians 3 talks about. Us not getting caught into who's teaching what and what person's this and this. Hey, we got to sit back and do our job and stay in our zone. And we can't listen, we got to be able to be constant with what people do, but not get overly caught up into what they do. Because us getting pulled in the land of these cats that wear purple, or getting pulled into the land of with UPK or whatever the case is, that solves nothing. Whoever flows to those groups, let them flow. We have a job that we have to keep working on ourselves, because we're going to get judged by Christ to see what if we did enough.
Yeah.
That's who we're fighting against, us.
That,
Our own slothfulness, our own pride, our own selfishness, our own lust. We're going to war with that. And that's all that matters. Because the problem is, when you start seeing flaws in other cats, you're also telling yourself you're on point. And when you tell yourself you're doing more than this guy, then you're establishing a false sense of what? Security in your position.
Yep, I did it.
You're not as on point as you think you are. Just because this cat is behind in certain things doesn't change the fact that, hey, if I don't keep working on what's inside of me, I'm going to fall short. Anyway, let's continue. Romans 1 and 28.
Romans chapter 1 and verse 28. And even as they did not like to retain the Most High in their knowledge.
And this is the situation. Even these guys, a lot of cats is operating every day, doing the work of the Most High, but they still don't want to retain the Most High in their knowledge. This is why Israel keeps failing in their battles. It's one thing to know the scriptures, but do you retain the Most High in your knowledge to keep you fighting? Read on.
The Most High gave them over to a reprobate mind, to do those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy.
Full of envy. Read on.
Murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisper.
Listen, what we've been reading about these few weeks is people full of debate, full of deceit, whispers. What do you think was happening dealing with Jesus and Jonathan? There was a bunch of whispers, backbiting, talking behind closed doors, setting up plans, setting up moves to remove one person out the door and put somebody else in. All that was happening in the midst of the holy temple, serving the Most High. There was a bunch of people that operated without retaining the knowledge of the Most High in their mind. Let's continue.
Backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things.
And people invent evil things to work around the law, to work around judgment, to still get what you want. Read on.
Disobedient to parents.
What does it mean to be disobedient to parents in this situation? We understand between father and sons and mothers and daughters, but how was Jesus disobedient to his parents? And we've been reading these last few weeks. You know who his parents were? The decision makers that felt Jonathan was the head. Whatever it is, whether Jonathan was the younger and Jesus was the older, or vice versa, the judgment came down that the high priest is going to be Jonathan. He was disobedient to his parents because he just couldn't accept that he wasn't the man, and that he had to play a subservient role and couldn't be the person calling the shots. It was nothing but pride and envy. Why he went to Pagosis. There's nothing but pride and envy that's fueling Manasseh to take the offer that was presented by Sanballat. All you had to do is say, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to pollute the temple. I want to do right as a priest. But that wasn't enough. Being a priest wasn't enough. He had to come up, be more financially sound, and have an option to be the head over Jerusalem. Read on.
without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable.
So in the process of trying to get what you want, that's when you start doing what? You start having without natural affection. You lose that consideration and natural love you're supposed to have for the position, for the job, and for the responsibility. Read on.
Unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of the Most High, that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them.
Listen, Jesus deserved death. But if Jonathan just would have faded back and stayed in order, the Most High would have brought him death. And Jonathan would have been blameless.
The Most High would have did judgment, no different than when Moses hit the rock. Moses hit the rock, took power in his own hands, and took away the Most High's opportunity to cleanse his name in the midst of the people as a spiritual power. If Moses said, he said, speak to the rock. If he spoke to the rock, then water would have come out the rock.
Yep.
But by you hitting the rock, you're indicating that you're the authority figure and not the Most High.
Exactly.
And by him taking precedence to go ahead and slay his brother,
Jonathan,
he's indicating that he's the authority figure.
And he lacks faith.
And not the Most High.
And this is what ends up happening is Jaddua reacts completely opposite to what his father Jonathan did. He sat back here, faded back, stayed in order. But the dilemma is the exact same as his father's dilemma. But Jaddua had more sense than his father and learned from his father's mistakes and rectified the priesthood because of it. But the fix was already in. And he knew the fix was in. And if you know that Sanballat is an ally to my brother, in the back of Jaddua's mind, he's like, man, Manasseh's trying to take my spot. He's out for my spot. It's just a matter of time before they make a run at me. It's a matter of time before they make a play at me and try to take the position the Most High gave me. He was under the same circumstance and stress that his father was under. Okay, let's go Proverbs 27:4.
Proverbs chapter 27 and verse 4. Wrath is cruel, and anger is outrageous.
Listen, he says, wrath is cruel, anger is outrageous. Continue.
But who is able to stand before envy?
But envy is worse than all of them. Envy is worse than wrath. Envy is worse than anger. You can't operate serving the Most High with the spirit of wrath, envy on you. And don't forget the definition of envy. Envy is pained at seeing another one have. When I'm aggravated because somebody got something I don't got at, that's envy. And this is what Jesus was literally pained to see Jonathan on top. And Manasseh's making these moves because he's pained at his brother getting the top spot also.
You gotta pull the scripture real quick. Job 5 and 2. Job chapter 5, verse 2.
Job chapter 5 and verse 2.
Because it shows that we really are engaging in a spiritual, I want to say spiritual chess match. You're really contending with spirits, better way to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Every man and woman is contending with the spirit, with spirits. It's going to show it right here.
Mm-hmm.
Job 5 and 2.
Job chapter 5 and verse 2. For wrath killeth the foolish man.
Wrath, the spirit of wrath, killeth the foolish man. Now, does it say literally he kills him? Or you know what? This kills the foolish man.
You spiritually die.
You spiritually die with the Most High when you consume the spirit of wrath. Wrath killeth the foolish man. So when I'm in a position of power and I have actions motivated through wrath, that kills my spiritual conscience towards the Most High. And then I'm left to be just a carnal being and make carnal choices and make dumb decisions. Fleshly decisions. Read the second part.
And envy slayeth the silly one.
But envy slays who?
The silly one.
The silly one. The silly, a man is considered silly when he's consumed with envy. The man becomes silly in his mind to the Most High. Like this is silly. Why are you entertaining this kind of mentality? And you're in the position of priest, high priest, or you're an authority figure, or you're a magistrate, or you're a teacher. These are spirits that you cannot entertain. You can't entertain wrath, and you definitely can entertain envy. They're always gonna make you look stupid in the end, make you make a carnal, fleshly decision in the end. It's a slayer, it's a killer of men, spiritually.
Okay, you good?
That's it, bro.
Let's go. We did Proverbs 27:4, right? Let's go to James. James chapter 4 and 5. Then we're going to jump to chapter 3, verse 14 and 16.
James chapter 4 and verse 5. Do you think that the scripture saith in vain that the spirit that dwelleth in us lusteth to envy?
And well, what does that mean? He says the spirit that dwells in us lusteth to envy. You know what that means? The spirit in us is always telling ourselves how the deck I got ain't as fair as the deck another person got.
It's a real thing. It's a real thing.
Listen, that's a real damn thing. Listen, I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. Listen, what is this? That's a silly damn song. Well, why am I bringing it out? Because everybody wishes they had something, a different attribute to themselves, a situation that was different, a circumstances that was a little better than what they got. Most of us don't accept the lot in life the Lord gave us. Everybody ain't meant to be the high priest. How many high priests are there for every generation? It's one. So listen, both of these brothers couldn't accept that out of the two that was in the running, you just weren't it.
You ever seen a two-headed baby? That's not a good look.
That's not a good look.
Because you don't need two heads.
God, bro.
You just need one.
But the problem is, it don't feel good.
Yep.
When you had a chance to have it, now you don't have it. And that goes into that envy. Because the spirit in us lusts to envy. It lusts to say, man, what I got ain't fair. This other person got something better than what I got. And what did this person do to get what I don't have? What did he do that was so special that gave him this? I worked just as hard as this person. People don't. You said people don't think that way?
I don't think it's right.
I sacrificed just as hard as this person. How come this person got this and I don't have that?
I gotta tell you what I feel. I gotta tell you about the world as I see it.
These guys are getting hot cars out here.
They getting hot cars.
I'm out here. I ain't got a dime yet. Hey, this is my 4th album, yo. This is my 4th album.
I've got a dime yet.
That's pure envy.
Yeah.
That's pure envy. Versus just saying, hey, maybe I just am not good enough to succeed like this guy did. Yeah. Let me work on what's inside of me. What am I saying? The spirit in us is always looking at the grass is greener on the other side. Their conditions are more fair. I'm just suffering like the trials of Job, and this person's over here smiling.
That's the natural man right there.
That is the natural man. And this is what everybody battles. And this is what's being pitted against these two brothers for 2 separate generations.
But what y'all was saying earlier, this is what opens the door for Satan to enter in.
Yep. God. It's that envy that we choose. So first of all, he says envy is in all of us.
Yeah.
If the question is you choose to feed it or not.
You feed it. But when you feed it, say like something's cooking over there.
Yeah.
It smells like envy.
I can exploit that.
I like that.
I can exploit that.
Let's go over here and see what they're doing.
Yep. I can take advantage of it. And this is what happens with people. The spirit that dwells in us lusts to envy. Now jump to James 3, verse 14 through 16.
James chapter 3 and verse 14. But if ye have bitter envy and strife in your hearts, glory not, and lie not against the truth.
Listen, our actions lie against the truth. We have bitter envy in our spirit. And listen, we keep reading like envying and strife go hand in hand. It says strife, exertion or contention for superiority. Mm-hmm. It's that fight to get on top. That fight to prove one person is a superior man over the other one, despite the obvious verdict that it's not that way. Both times, he says, with that envy, first of all, the envy is the actual anger that somebody has something that you don't have. Strife is what you do to try to reassert yourself above the other person.
Because you have to do something, because that spirit's irritating.
So strife is the action.
Yeah.
The envy is the feeling, that ugly feeling inside that you're not good enough. And the strife is, what are you going to do to feel better and position yourself to be above the person that you don't think you should be above. You don't think you should be below. And he says that envy and that bitter envy and strife is in your heart. You really aren't a part of the spirit of truth. He says, your presence is a lie against the truth. You can sit back and physically do the work of the Most High all damn day long. You can teach class, you can study. If you don't break that in you, you're really not a part of the truth anyway. The spirit of truth ain't in you. If that spirit of, because that's really the spirit of competition. Strife is what I do to fight, to operate in a more superior position than the person the Most High got over me. The truth is, honor and promotion comes from who?
The Lord.
The Most High. But we don't accept that. We sit back and say, man, they did this wrong. The judgment was wrong, man.
If I was in that position,
it was biased.
I wouldn't have let this happen.
Kinda. That was biased ruling.
Just bitter amongst the men and bitter amongst the people.
Kinda.
Ready to spread discord, dissension, and other spirits amongst men. The Most High hates the one that spreads discord.
God. Read verse 15.
Verse 15. This wisdom descendeth not from above.
He says, this type of thinking, that feeling of being envious and angry about what a person has that I don't have, and then the actions and the actual physical things I do, it said, exertion or contention for superiority, contest of emulation, either by intellectual or physical efforts. Strife may be carried on between students or between mechanics or just different people that do things. Contention and anger or enmity, contest, struggle for victory. And when it's really going down, this guy Manasseh, the way he's going to try to gain victory, if I can't be the high priest, what we're going to read later on, what Manasseh does is, if I can't be the high priest, then Sanballat make me a temple in Samaria.
Wow.
That's what he ends up doing. Make me the temple in Samaria, and I will be the high priest of the temple of Samaria.
You want to split the sheep.
And Jadua can have this little priestly thing in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get that new temple. Make me that new temple up top.
Oh, I'm gonna be a priest no matter what.
Well, that's what's happening. That's what he does. That's his fight. Now, the earlier one, Jesus wanted the crown in Jerusalem. He's gonna talk. He's gonna chirp. He got warriors. He got killers with him. He wants what Jonathan got. This one said, okay, I'm not the guy. Then I'm gonna sit back here and work with the guy with the money and have him get me a temple up north, and I'm gonna be the man up north.
I'm gonna make my own school.
I'm gonna make my own school or my own camp. Do it how
my own camp.
That is emulation. That is strife. That is that competition to be on top, and it's all based out of envy. Because I hate the fact that the spirit's with you. I want to prove the spirit's with me too. Yeah. Like Fredo, I'm smart.
Yeah.
I can do things. Well, listen, you never did nothing. Fredo, remember Fredo could have defended his father, and like a chump, he dropped the gun at? How you drop the gun in the moment of truth, and you got to protect the Don, at all costs. Like, what are you doing? You dropped the gun? And your dad's in ER and is about to die, bro, because you couldn't hold the gun. You couldn't grab the gun and point it and shoot it at. If you saw the scene, it was the worst shit in the world. These guys come out with their guns, and Fredo's like, no, he just drops the gun and then on the ground just fell. When the gun fell, he fell with the gun. He didn't even sit back and grab it and start shooting at ankles, nothing like that. You just straight, you know what up. You itched up. Like, what, you just froze. And you're supposed to be, because you're the older son, now when the chips are down, you're supposed to be the next Don? And you can't even hold the gun and come through? That don't even make no sense, does it?
No.
But this is how people do. If I'm not going to be the head, I'm going to create it my way. I'm gonna go all this direction.
But in the camp, instead of fumbling guns, we fumble bags. We fumble the resources.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
You fumble the food that the sheep need.
Exactly.
You fumble. Yeah, we fumble counseling men.
Yep.
We fumble resources. We fumble scripture. We just don't teach.
Yeah.
Like I said, bro. But this is what happens all the time. Envying and strife go hand in hand. The envy is I'm angry that somebody has something I don't have. The strife is the action to fight to get what I want at all costs. And verse 15 says, this wisdom is not spiritual. It's not from above. Read on.
But is earthly, sensual, devilish.
This is devilish, negative, wicked wisdom. And what we're seeing is that from here on out, you're going to see certain groups of Israelites that take the spiritual path to please the Most High. And then you have Israelites that take this devilish, earthly approach to get what they want in this life. And this is very symbolic for a lot of us even in these days. What path do we take to please the Heavenly Father? Do we stay on the short, narrow road and do things the right way? Or do we manufacture our own will to get what we want without using the morals and principles and waiting for the Most High to deliver the blessing for us? How is it going to play out? How do we do it? He's telling you there's two different ways that man goes about doing it.
So a man goes the semi-moral route where
the moral route,
the morals are based on his own personal justifications, or you do it the way that
the spiritual way.
Patriarchs did.
Listen, the answer to these spiritual answers. If you didn't get promoted, do more work, make the changes, and the Most High will bless you. Just like you read about in that wedding. There's no sit back here and go right to the head room. Make sure you sit in the regular chair and let somebody bid you to the high spot. Don't fight for the high spot. Do things the right way and you'll get brought up to the high spot. That's the right way. Earn your promotions. The other guy goes about getting alliances and connections with people to manufacture the position that they want. We do it now. We've done it back in the past. These priests here, Manasseh and Jaddua did the right way. Manasseh's manufacturing power and position through the spirit of envy and strife a different way. He's not going to, and what's crazy is Manasseh's like, I'm not going to argue and fight like my uncle did. I'm just going to work around it. I'm just going to be the passive aggressive one. Because there's two different ways Israel fight for power. The first one, when it dealt with Jonathan and Jesus was attacking right in your face. He was antagonistic. That was rebellion. But then you have the other Israelite, which is Manasseh. We're going to read. He was the passive aggressive rebellious person. I'm going to work around you and get what I want. I don't got to argue because you don't read at one time Manasseh sitting back here and getting belligerent and yelling and screaming. He just kept working with those guys on the side to set up his own thing. But it's both wicked. The loud talker that beats on his chest about what he's going to get, what he deserves, what he's going to get, and the guy that just smiles and goes and does his own thing. It's rebellion regardless. It's envy and strife regardless. So you could be in the spirit of strife and be passive aggressive and still be full of strife. Because you just can't accept that the Most High ain't giving you what you want until you give him what he wants. Okay. Read verse 16 again.
Verse 16. For where envying and strife is, there is confusion and every evil work.
God. Let's do this. Read Proverbs 14 and 30, and then 1 Corinthians 3 and 1 through 11.
Proverbs chapter 14 and verse 30.
Let me type in and show it to you real quick, sir. I'm going to read it myself. I said I'm 14 and 30. Let's read that. Okay, let me see. Almost there. 14. Okay, let's get that, sir.
Proverbs chapter 14 and verse 30. A sound heart is the life of the flesh.
So it means sound heart is not talking about the actual physical muscle of your heart. A sound outlook, proper perspective, spiritual perspective, clarity of thinking is the life of the flesh. Read on.
But envy, the rottenness of the bones.
Because envy is letting you know that that person, that's a person who's envious, hates the Most High. Because they're not content with what the Most High gave them. Ultimately, this is why that's the thinking of the envious man is satanic. The thinking of the envious man just can't appreciate what the Lord gave him.
Like Cain.
Con.
Cain entertained that envious door, and you saw what came out of it.
Con.
You see, this man entertains an envious door, and you see what comes out of it.
The envy was after he didn't want to submit himself to the Most High
So,
and get right with the Father. The outward result is because if I don't want to do things the right way and go to the Most High to get what I'm asking for and get what I want, and I don't want to do things the right way, then the Most High got it set up where the next natural response is you're going to look at somebody else next to you and you're going to envy them and their success. So the envy is just from somebody that doesn't want to do what it takes to serve the Lord the right way. Envy is just the spirit that come on you afterwards. Like the Most High told Cain, he said, if thou doest well, will thou not be accepted? But if not, sin lieth at the door. Meaning, you're gonna want something. You may not want to do what's right to get this blessing from me, but the fact that your brother is getting blessed is going to consume you. Yep. And that's where the sin's going to come from. They are doing the things that are right. If I could just get one scripture.
Go for it.
1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 4 and 5.
1 Corinthians chapter 12 and verse 4. Now there are diversities of gifts.
It said, but you also got to notice in the Bible, the Most High didn't give everybody everything.
Yep.
He said there's a diversities of gifts. Read on.
But the same Spirit.
He said, but it's all coming from the same what?
Spirit.
Read on.
And there are differences of administration.
So can you do everything that somebody else do?
Nope.
Is it meant that you do everything that somebody else does? No. So is it meant that you envy or covet what else somebody... The Most High split his gifts up amongst all of us.
Can I say one thing to preface that? None of us have all of this well-rounded strength and have all the same gifts like Shamshan once said. But that doesn't get us off the hook. We all got to still try and fight in all the different arenas around us. Because there's been many times over the past, brothers will use the scripture to say, see, this is why I don't got to do what you do. Because my gift is this. This is why I don't have to submit in those things because my gift is this. Listen, I might not be the most talented in blue-collar work. But does that mean I shouldn't touch blue-collar work because I'm not talented in that? No. Mm-hmm. If the camp is sitting back here and doing blue-collar work, then I have to submit to it and do the best I can. I just might not thrive in it. And I got to accept that I might not be the most good at doing things that other cats can do better than me. For the life of me, how y'all brothers sometimes put together and set up a truck on the inside, I'm like, man, that is special. So I'll sit back here and have half the shit in there and be maxed out. I don't know what happened. The truck would be like, half the stuff is in there. And there's no more space, guys. There's no more space. I don't know what the problem is. But does that mean I'm supposed to sit back here and not try and not humbling myself and looking bad and letting people show me because that's not my gift? Because that's what people will do also. Because I don't want to look bad and I don't want my pride to get hit. I'm just going to stay away from it and let y'all do it because I'm good at this. No, that's not how we're supposed to operate either. Let me learn how to try and be humble and let people outshine me. As long as I'm trying, that's all that matters. I just want to bring that out. I'm sorry, because that's a real thing with Israelite.
No, it's true. Because we'll use that to say, well, see, that's why I shouldn't have to do what you do.
Exactly.
Read on.
There are diversities of operations, but it is all the same. But it is all the same power which worketh all in all.
Go ahead.
But the manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man to profit with all.
So, but every man has been given something that they can bring to the table. Point is, I don't have to be envying what somebody else's administration. I have something I can bring to the table also.
Yep.
I have something I can give to the Lord also. I have an offering that I can present to the Most High. There's no reason to envy if you recognize the fact that you can bring something to the table also. It just may not be what that other person brings to the table. It may be different, but everybody got to focus on themselves. What is my administration? What can I do for the Lord?
Can I be the best I can be at what I'm commissioned to do?
Everybody can't be the neck. Everybody can't be the shoulders. The shoulders ain't trying to be the feet. The hands ain't trying to be the toes. You can walk on your hands all day long. Eventually, you're gonna get burnt out because it wasn't meant for that. But the body is tempered together, and we're part of the body of Christ. And we all want to be the head. Everybody want to be the head. I want to make decisions. I want to take charge. I want to be able to run things. Everybody's not meant to be the head. Then if everybody was the head, then where are the fingers? Where are the toes? It'd be Mr. Potato Head.
We eating like T-Rex. We T-Rexing it.
Yeah.
He have a problem. You ain't going far if you ain't got no legs, man.
Just leaving the T-Rex has a long mouth. He can do it. He can get away with it.
Right.
You can't do that.
He can make up the difference.
Exactly. He at least go like this.
Yeah,
We in trouble. We in trouble.
But you got to have other aspects of the body for the whole body to function. Everybody can't be the head.
Got it.
So he's showing you that we all have different administration. Finish that?
It says, For to one is given the Spirit, the word of wisdom.
Go ahead.
To another, the word of knowledge by the same Spirit.
So some brothers are more knowledgeable. Some brothers are more wise. But it's not for me to envy either one because it's all coming from who? It's all coming from the Most High. That's all I wanted to bring up. Is that if everybody focus on what the Most High called them in to do, they would be busy enough and occupied enough within themselves to present themselves to the Most High the right way. I don't have to worry about what somebody else is doing. I have a job to do for the Lord as well, and I got to figure out what that is. Now I could use inspiration from other men.
Yep.
But to hate a man because he can do something that I can't do, then I don't know I haven't tapped into what I'm good at and what my purpose is. I haven't sought the Most High to figure out what can I bring to the table. What role do I play? Am I the kneecaps? Am I the thighs? Am I the feet? Am I the legs? Am I the hips? Am I the back? What am I? You know, and we talked about this before. What you should do anyway is come in and be a servant. That's foremost. That's everybody's job.
Yep.
To be a servant. So let me posture myself in the mind frame of a servant.
Yeah.
And stop worrying about what everybody else got going on.
Just serve where you're supposed to serve at.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you can't make a mistake when you do what you're told.
You know, what's so crazy is it's been that way from the very beginning. I know we went through when we first broke the first 5 books open. We're going to the Shabbats on that. So you had the Merari, right?
Yep.
You had the
Levites, the different groups of the Levites.
Kohath.
Kohath was the high priest.
They did all the
Merari, and it was
Merari, Kohath, and
So with a G.
Gershonites.
Gershon. Yeah. Gershom.
They were not the same. One decorated, one did logistics and carried things, and one did the cutting of the meats. I'm getting mixed up.
Merari, they were the ones who their job was a construction crew.
Yeah.
They had to sit back here and break down this heavy structure, put it on oxen, take it to the next place, reset up the structure, replace the wood if need be. And the other guys, Gershom, they had to make sure all the cloths were, the beaver skin was cleaned and taken care of.
That matters, though.
And didn't erode. And but then the high priest, Aaron's sons, they had to sit back here and carry all the priestly items. And then the Kohathites, they carried the stuff. But Aaron's seed, they're the ones that did all the specific altar serving and the work on the altar was just that one family.
So the Most High has it that way.
But and the reality is, Merari had to accept that in the carnal viewpoint, maybe Kohan had the more glamorous looking gig. You had to accept that. Remember we read about the porters?
Yeah.
Listen, the porters were just doormen, huh? But you were a Levite. And your job was to watch the door. And can you accept that your daddy was a porter, your granddaddy was a porter, and your great granddaddy was a porter? Well, you were a security guard for the Most High.
And that's what you
There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Unless you got pride.
You be the best security guard you can.
But unless you got pride, and you think you're more special than what you were called to be. There was also people that were called Nephilims. They were temple servants,
And they weren't even Israelites.
and their job was to clean up all the excrement and the blood that was on the floor after each animal was killed. How about that? You was cleaning poop.
That's still
You
honor.
was mopping poop. You was cleaning poop in the temple. And that was your job. Other guys had to fetch water. That's part of the porter's gig too. You just a professional water
boy.
You're the first water boy.
Yeah.
But it's an honor.
Water boy for God, right?
Yeah.
You better say that. You better say it that way.
Yeah.
And then other guys, your job is to be Luther Vandross every damn day.
And no matter what, whether you want to do it or not.
Listen, what if you didn't want to be a singer? You didn't want to sing.
You had no choice.
And you had to accept God chose me to sing. You need to be Luther. A chair is just a chair. Sit back, even though
It's all right.
there's no one there. Every day I gotta keep singing this song.
Is it gonna be? Is it gonna be?
Is it gonna be? Is it gonna be the Sabbath? That's the point. And you had to just give yourself to that spirit,
That's your life.
regardless, and accept it.
Yeah.
But a lot of times people can't accept the direction the Most High has for them and their family's line. This is where a lot of the envy came from.
And that's a strong source of envy. Not valuing what the Most High has given you to perform at. The funny part is if you had the position that you want, you still wouldn't be happy. That's the funny part.
God, that's
If
what
you
Matthew Henry said.
If you were in this position, you still wouldn't be happy because you still entertain the spirit of discontent, which leads to envy.
And then when you got guys, you got these two brothers. We had the same mama, same daddy. What makes you better than me? What makes you God's chosen and not me? That's the root. That's the root of what mankind faces. You bleed like I bleed.
Or like
Ain't no better than me.
Or like Jeremiah's era. Who hit you and with the spirit of Most High?
Well, that wasn't Jeremiah's. That was
that
was during the time of Ahab.
Yeah.
When they were prophesying at the valley of Jehoshaphat, and they were saying, "Who's going to sit back here, and how is this thing going to shake out there?" And all the prophets said, "Man, these are horns. These horns represent how you're going to push the enemy forward." And the one prophet said, "Man, this ain't going to work how you want it to. They're going to die in battle." And one of the prophets, man, sat back here and smacked him in the face like Bugs Bunny. Pop, pop, pop.
Yeah.
How dare you sit back here and tell me the spirit left me and went to you?
That's a real thing, bro.
That is a real thing with people.
Or when David killed, hundreds of thousands, and the women are singing.
Yeah.
And they said Saul killed his 10,000.
Yeah.
He said, like, bullshit.
He doing the math like
bullshit. These numbers ain't adding up right.
I got 10. He got 100,000. I got 10. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You'll go crazy.
Yeah, and Saul's in the robe. He's in the robe, chilling out. He got the crown, the scepter out. And he's uncomfortable with those numbers. That song, that song pissed him off.
He's like, hold on, y'all sing that one more time. What y'all say? Let me get the lyrics right. Y'all said he got 100,000.
I only got 10,000. What you trying to say?
Listen. So, I'm a sucker then? I'm chopped liver?
I ain't no sucker.
Yeah.
You said I'm a sucker?
Yeah.
That's how he felt.
That's how all people feel.
I said numbers don't lie.
You say I ain't 4-letter word? You saying that? You say I ain't that?
I killed too.
I didn't kill a whole hell of a lot of Philistines. That ain't nothing to me either.
Yeah.
But in the back of your mind, he's like, David took Goliath out. You didn't want no part of that smoke. You gave him your armor. So they right. You know they right.
He's big.
Yeah.
Nothing. This guy got more heart than you.
Yep.
He's losing it, because in the back of his mind, he knows it.
He knows that.
He knows it.
I gotta get rid of this guy. Here we go.
Because the reality is a lot of times we can't accept that people just can do it better than we can do it.
Or outproduce us.
That's what I'm saying. He can do it better. And the Most High is with him. And can I accept that's the Lord's servant? And the Most High gave him a talent that I may not ever be able to reach to? That's a tough pill to swallow.
And people understand it works other ways too.
Because in our head, it's like, then that means I'm not good enough. Is that what the Most High said? I'm not good enough? I can't do it?
It's a one-way thinker.
I'm nothing?
It's a one-way thinker because while you're looking at somebody saying he had 100,000, you only got 10, there's a man who's like, man, I only got 1,000, he got 10.
Yeah.
There's another man like, man, I only got 1,000 Philistines. And that's my max.
And then the flip side is, if he was looking at a spiritual, didn't the scripture says the Most High will give to all men what?
Liberally.
Well, how does he give to all men liberally? How much do you abstain? You know how many times person, man, I wish I can know the scriptures like you do. I'm like, listen, how many hours a day do you study? You know, man. You know, I be trying to study. Like, what? Can you even commit yourself to the Bible before you saying wishes and I hope and I wish to know the book? Listen, you don't know the book unless you put the work into the book. Nobody wakes up like this. It's like this. I don't know if you saw this meme. There was a little Chinese kid that had a test. He had a big test and he did this. It was one of the funniest memes I ever saw. He did this. It's like
He was serious.
he was sitting back and he was cramming. He was taking all the words out and he was like this.
Rub it on his head.
That was the funny. Like, damn, is that what it takes to get the answers for the test out? He's got
brother.
That's all you gotta do. And he was like this. I was like, he was in the middle. He was in class in the United States. He was sitting there like this. He had to be like around 8 years old. He's like this.
I hope this works.
I was like, this is brilliant. Because this is what we want to cram, cut corners, and hope it works out. It doesn't work out like that.
What?
You get the knowledge by putting the work in. What are you going to give up? You going to give up your weekends? Your nights? Video games, fun, distractions? You going to throw it on and be a Bible man? Then cool, you'll get it. You'll get the knowledge. How about that? They don't want to hear that. They want to hear, how come it's not a natural thing to me? Nothing. Listen, man. Most people get great at things because they commit their lives to it.
Yep.
Well, what you got? You still got more in your verse, man?
No, that was it.
Let's go to 1 Corinthians 3, verse 1 down. Okay, that meme was hilarious. This is like it puts the words in his hands and it sprinkles it on his head. That was really funny.
1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 1. And I, brethren, cannot speak unto you as unto spiritual, but as unto carnal, even as unto babes in Christ.
And the reality is these men were high priests and they were still babes. That's the scary thing. These guys, these high priests were operating like babes. It's going to explain. Read on.
I have fed you with milk and not with meat, for hitherto ye were not able to bear it, neither yet now are ye able. For ye are yet carnal. For whereas there is among you envy and strife.
He said, when there's envy and strife, that lets Christ know you're still a babe.
Yep.
So these guys had envy and strife. These high priests, or they were at high priest age, that had to be in their 50s. At high priest age, and you're still dealing with envy and position, and you wanna be the man and feel like you're the man.
But I can't control my emotions.
I can't control my anger that you came up and I didn't come up. You got elevated and I didn't get elevated. Then it goes from that to the action that comes behind being angry. You came up and I didn't come up. Now I start crafting a way that I can get mine so I can feel as potent, as powerful as you are. Read on.
And strife and divisions? Are ye not carnal and walk as men?
Carnal.
For while one saith, I am of Paul, and another, I am of Apollos, are ye not carnal?
When we have this is the idea of rank tripping, and camp tripping, and camp banging. One person says, I'm from this school. Another person says they come from this school. You know what the reality is? The Most High is going to sort all that crap out. Because I tell you what, how about both of these guys that are camp banging, the Most High will choose the Christian over you. Both. How about that? That's the scary thing. That Christian that's singing on Sundays, who got a pure heart, will get chosen to get worked on in the damn wilderness before these two guys that are repping their camp clique set.
But entertain envy.
But entertain envy and strife and negativity. Because Christ is looking for somebody he can mold and reteach. But that's the key. You have to be moldable for Christ to want to pull you into this wilderness and get dealt with. To redung you, to reteach you. So all these people that sit back and think they're on the level and have this idea of what the Spirit is, and they want to argue about what camp they're from and what camp they're from, cool, man. You're showing that you're a child and you're a babe in this. So if you're going to be a babe with pride, let me get a real babe that don't know what an Israelite is, but loves me. Let me work with that babe and that child.
The work of the Most High is not like a freestyle rap battle. You know, because a lot of our people,
exactly.
When I came in the truth, it was, I saw brothers going to college dorms college campuses and teaching class on an auditorium on a college campus. I see that it wasn't let's set up this debate between me and this person,
yep,
and it's me versus you on doctrine. It was, can we get this knowledge out to these college students and get this word spread out?
Yep.
And I saw how that was working. Or can we get this on a radio station?
Yep.
Because when I first came to the truth, brother handed me cassette tapes. Yep. Hey, check out these classes, brother.
Yep.
And I would drive in my car and pop in the cassette tape and listen to brothers teach.
That was before the days of YouTube, yo.
Yeah, before YouTube.
Literal cassette tapes was hot fire. That was all you had.
Yep. Or VHS tapes.
That's crazy.
VHS tapes,
old,
cassette.
bro.
I know.
Cassette tapes. I got those cassette tapes at the house. I'm like, bro, you know how old that is. It was cassette tapes. Then it was like CDs.
I hadn't even had a CD.
Then it was iPods. Yeah. It was like 3 or 4 things. Now it's just streaming. It's like 5 generations of like different ways people listen to music and listen to things. It's crazy. Now there's a thing called podcast. This is crazy how like disconnected we are. I'm sorry. When you said CDs, like, man, CDs is so it's long ago, but it don't feel like it's long ago. But it's like it just happened.
Yeah, but the objective wasn't to.
Man, I'm sorry.
It wasn't to take that information and argue and camp bang on each other.
Right.
It was about taking this information and how many avenues can we get this spread out to.
Yep.
Can we get this spread out to radio stations? Can we get this information spread out on flyers, on pamphlets, on literature? Can we get this information spread out? It wasn't an attack on each other.
You're right.
But now it's like everybody's banging their chest about, you know, what camp should you be with? I wouldn't deal with them brothers. I'm gonna talk down on them brothers.
The scripture says we all know in part and prophesy in part.
Yep.
And there might be a difference in how much less we know or how much more we know, but we're still all just trying to figure it out.
Yep.
And when everything is said and done, he's looking at our works to determine it. So when you got cats want to say I'm from Apollos or I'm from Paul, you're missing the point.
Yep.
Let's keep going.
Well, one saying,
But you know what? It shows that we're still missing the boat.
Yep.
It goes back to the class or the point of teaching and what's your intention.
Yep.
That just strengthens the same point.
Yep.
What is the intention?
If it's not from my set, it ain't real. It's a lie. People have taught that. People teach that as their slogan. If it ain't from us, it's not the truth. For real? That's crazy. If it ain't from us, it is not the truth. That sounds like you trying to control some people. When the only thing you can really do is seal people with your love and your benevolence and your good works. Paul even talks about it. Paul talks about, I beguiled you through my works. I've sealed you in from my good works. That's the way to keep people in. If you want to control people, serve them the best. I don't want to hear that shit. Nobody want to hear that. You want to keep people locked in? Serve them through Christ the best. Be the best servant. That's how you keep people here in the seats.
But nobody likes that.
I know, nobody likes that.
That's a lot of work.
So listen,
I want to be served.
I'd rather just say it ain't the truth if it ain't from us. That ain't the case, though. If you really want to sit back and win your people and keep fannies in seats, serve.
Y'all talking 100% truth?
Serve. Serve and teach the book the right way. That's how you keep people. But that's not how Jake runs things. They run it by control and by intimidation and by pressure and shaming.
And it's just different tiers of caliber of priest.
And you know what the truth is? Some people love that. So let them love it. Listen, some people that love that group might not like ours. They might not like what the hell we got going on. Then more than likely they wouldn't. You know? So you know what? People that have a proclivity to the color purple, let them keep being around the color purple. Let them wear that color. It's cool. Because you know what? There's a certain spirit of people that gravitate that direction. That's cool also. Because when it really boils down, who's judging the Most High servants?
Christ himself.
Christ is. So, instead of me set tripping about what people are doing, let me do more work. There's plenty of people that don't know the Most High at all.
Or a man is emotionally disturbed and insecure in what he's doing.
But that's exactly why people do it. Because listen, if people go run off over there, then I feel less about who I am.
That's the
now, I'm not confident about what I'm teaching if people go and leave me. So I got to bash you so I can feel better about me.
But a part of every camp is a revolving door. We're not here to arrest
because nobody controls anybody.
Yeah, we're not here to. I talked the other day. Listen, we're not here to. I talked last night about this. Listen, we're not going to arrest you and put a gun to your head and force you. We're not doing that, bro. Scripture says willingly, not by constraint.
Yep.
We'll counsel, we'll teach, we'll do this, we'll do that. We'll even hold hands every so often. We're not making you anything, bro. This ain't that. No. The door's always there. Not in a disrespectful term. Not disrespectful. But we're not. What's the point of enforcing you and making you read the Bible, and making you do this? Listen, Christ's gonna make you do it. If anything,
so everything's gonna be okay. But you know what? I believe in these words. That's why we teach these words, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
And if brothers got to go a different direction, or sisters, let them go, and then let me know how it goes later on.
And whatever works for you. But in that respect, I don't have to sit here and focus my mind on the camp across the country or across the city or a camp. I gotta be into all their business, what they're doing. I got my own responsibilities to take care of. We got our own shit.
We gotta make it.
Yeah.
We gotta make the kingdom. And we gotta sit back here and listen, the righteous shall scarcely be saved. So we have a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of unfinished business ahead of us. Yep. So if a brother wants to sit back and do that, my thing is that just for leaders, just do the job the right way. If you're going to take on a responsibility, do it the right way. And serve the people you teach. That's it.
Yep. Yeah, scripture on that. Luke chapter 22, verse 24.
Luke chapter 22 and verse 24. And there was also a strife among them.
Stop. He said, when there's strife, you're considered, we just read in 1 Corinthians chapter 3, when there's envy and strife, that's a sign of what? A spiritual baby.
Mm-hmm.
That's a babe.
Yep.
That's a spiritual baby. That's a baby. When you argue and debating, those are signs that you're not spiritually mature. You're not fully mature in the spirit.
Okay.
So he said there was a strife where? Read.
Which of them should be accounted the greatest?
So even Christ's disciples,
they
were still a strife. There was still envy and debates, even amongst the disciples of Christ.
I got more scriptures than you, dog.
Yeah.
Listen, man, I taught last week, man. I had a bigger crowd than
I bet you didn't know what he meant last night when he said. I bet you didn't know the parable. I bet you didn't know what that parable meant.
Listen, you know what? I took 5 demons off people last week. You only did 1.
Yeah, you only took. Yeah, I only saw 1 converted spirit.
Exactly.
But at this,
it's all carnal competition.
It's all competition. You're not going to get away from that. Even amongst Christ's disciples, you're not going to get away from envy. Even though they with Christ, they're standing with Christ, learning from Christ, and they still debating with each other. You're not going to get away from that.
Like
my understanding.
Why is John Christ's favorite? He ain't nothing. That dude, he exercised at least in a damn.
You know they had a problem with that.
I know they did.
You know they had a problem with John.
Well, why is John so cozy?
Every time
he's sucking up to the boss.
Yeah,
he kissing the big boss's ass. That's what he's doing.
Yeah,
he just sitting back here. He brown nosing. That's exactly what they're saying.
But our people going to find a reason why they don't feel like they're being appreciated to the utmost.
Missed out one little part in the breakdown.
Yeah.
Listen, James and John kept saying, man, we want to be with you on the right hand side of the kingdom. That was all a power. That was a power trip. If I'm on your right side, then we're the baddest SOBs here. If me and my brother are right next to you in the kingdom, that means we're the best. It don't matter what you're saying. If we're on your right and left hand side, then we're the best. We won. Think about it. We're better than Peter. Yeah. We know you think Peter's going to be the rock of the church, but you know what? But if we're on your right and left side, then we won too. We won.
It's position.
It's all position.
It's position and power and control.
Yes.
And even amongst the disciples, they debate.
Money, power, respect.
Money, power, respect. Who got it?
Who got the juice? You got the juice now, man.
Yeah. It's true. Ridiculous, man.
It's true.
Read on.
Crazy, yeah.
All that applies.
These are all those hip hop terminologies apply at.
Listen, bro.
And pop culture.
Yeah.
It's death row versus.
Oh man,
that's the truth.
He said, if you want to sit back here, if you want your CEO dancing in the club and the videos and dancing and shucking and jiving, we ain't about that at death row.
Yeah,
that's what it is. People are gonna coagulate to what they coagulate to, and they're gonna push their standard for the purpose, and because people, and
then they push their standard, and then they say their standard is the best way
because people get off to that. In reality, a beastly personality gets off to that. They get off to there's drama queens and there's also drama kings. People that get off to this strife because they
be the best.
The issue is
absolutely.
my job is boring to me, and so let me just pick fights. People do it in prison all the time. Yeah, you have your own daily routine, your own daily program. But you're gonna start focusing and fixing on other people. Why? Because you're bored with your daily program. That's just life. That's how people know. That's how you know people are carnal.
Read on.
And he said unto them, the kings of the Gentiles exercise lordship.
So Christ could pick up the fact that the disciples, his own disciples that he had chose, were going at it with each other.
Right.
Read on.
And they that exercise authority upon them.
They said, what y'all looking for is what?
Authority.
Y'all arguing about what?
Authority.
Authority and lordship. Yep. Y'all want to be in control.
Yep.
Y'all power tripping. That's how people we want the upper hand because we don't want people to tell us what to do. We want to be able to tell other people what to do.
Listen, we're all here serving the Most High, but you're not the boss.
But you're not the boss.
That's what everybody wants. Huh?
You're not my boss. Who made you my boss?
Kinda.
Who told you was over me? It's just
we're joint heirs in Christ.
Why can't you just have basic respect?
Yeah.
Because that's all I'm asking for is basic respect. That's what we say. But even then, you're dealing with somebody that's looking at who was able to tell who what to do. Who gave you the authority over me? Everybody want authority.
That's why young brothers be busting their tail to finish those soldiers tests and officers tests. They are on that rush, because I don't want to have to follow this guy's orders too. I gotta beat him on the clock. Go.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've seen that happen for years, bro. And the funny thing is, the person that's malicious that gets ahead of you, most sides switches and you're under that person anyway.
Yep.
Always happens that way.
Yep.
You ain't getting away with it, so you ain't winning like that. Anyway, I'm sorry.
It ain't that easy. But he said the Gentiles exercise what?
Lordship.
Exercise lordship.
They're always trying to boss up on the next man.
Yeah.
Christ said that's not what makes you great, is what makes you the boss.
Yep.
That you're not the head honcho, head man in charge. and you struggle for that and fight for that so that you can have your liberty
And flex.
and flex on other people.
Yep.
That's not where greatness is quantified. Read on.
And they that exercise authority upon them are called benefactors.
Yeah, because they're the recipients of other people's labors.
Yep.
Read on.
But ye shall not be so.
It said, but you're not to be served. You're not a bit. I'm not. Christ is saying, I'm not training you to be a benefactor or a lord. Read on.
But he that is greatest among you,
He said, but what I'm training y'all for is that if you're going to be great, read on.
let him be as the younger.
It said, why don't you be on the bottom?
And serve.
Why don't you allow yourself to be told what to do? Why don't you allow yourself to be instructed?
Yep.
Why don't you allow yourself to be led? He said, shall be where?
As the younger.
As the younger, meaning you don't have any power. Why don't you relinquish your power? Read on.
And he that is chief
And he that is what?
is chief,
A chief is a lead, a head. Read on.
as he that doth serve.
And it says, if you're going to be a chief, you're going to be great, then you better have it in your mind to be a servant. You better have that in your mind. Because that's where greatness is quantified at, is how well can you serve? How well can you do what you're told? How well can you follow? Because that's something that our people don't quantify. We don't look at that as being in charge. We're too busy looking at how the world looks at respect. Right. As soon as this person they got the title of CEO, they got the title of upper level management, they got the title of supervisor, they got the title of team lead. So they got the title, so they have the authority. Not in the realm that Christ is teaching. In the realm that Christ is teaching in is, can you put yourself at the lowest possible position?
Yep.
And satisfy the needs of the people over you, then you'll be quantified as great in the kingdom. We're looking at it wrong.
Because the best teacher is the best listener. The best teacher is the best counselor. And in order to be a great counselor, you got to be a great listener and condescend to the sicknesses of other people. That's what it takes.
Yep.
How well can you sit back here and put yourself in another person's shoes and then learn how to wiggle yourself out of their sickness? Then you can teach them how to wiggle themselves out of their sickness. But this is about being a great servant and a great listener.
You'll never understand them if you don't put yourself in their shoes. As long as you're sitting in king's shoes,
Yep.
and king's cloth,
Facts.
you're never going to understand the people. You'll never be able to relate. You can't relate to people that you don't submit to. But if you submit to them, you can relate to them.
Yep, exactly.
Read on.
Says, but ye shall not be so. But he that is greatest among you, let him be as the younger. And he that is chief, as he that doth serve. For whether is greater...
He said, for which one is greater? Since we're talking about power, we're talking about control, we're talking about authority, because that's what y'all arguing about. That's what y'all follow. That's what y'all having this discussion about. Christ is able to perceive that. That's where that strife is coming from.
Yep.
Read on.
He that sitteth at meat...
He said, which one's greater? The one that's sitting down at the table to be waited upon? Read on.
Or he that serveth?
Or the server, which one is greater? The server or the one sitting down waiting to be served?
Served, yes.
The served in this world is the greater.
Yep.
Read on.
In this realm. Mm-hmm.
Is not he that sitteth at the meat?
Go ahead.
But I am among you.
He said, but that's not what I'm teaching you. He said, but I'm among you to teach you what?
As he that serveth.
He said, I'm here to show you and demonstrate that the server is greater than the one sitting down waiting to be served. Because in a restaurant, where do people get pissed off at? You're taking too long. Where the service is taking too long.
Yep, service is bad.
Sir, bad service, man. Y'all taking too long. Y'all ignore me. Where's my ice? Where's my drinks? You ain't bring me the menu. We've been there all this whole time. You know, you haven't brought out the appetizers. You ain't brought the chips or the nachos out with the salsa.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm here to be served. I'm paying for this service. That's what people pride themselves off of. I'm paying good money for this. So if you want my tip, you want my money, you better treat me right. That's backwards. In the kingdom, Christ is saying the ones that should be on top were able to put themselves on the bottom. They're the ones able to put themselves in a posture of a servant. The server is the greatest. Read on.
But ye are they which have continued with me in my temptations. And I appoint unto you a kingdom, as my Father hath appointed unto me,
Read on.
that ye may eat and drink at my table.
He said, but this is not the time for you to be sitting in the seat to be served. This is the time that you need to become a servant. Later on, when Christ, he says, in the regeneration, when Christ returns, later on, he says, then you could be at my table doing what?
Then that ye may eat and drink at my table in my kingdom.
So then Christ said, is this the time for us to be served, or this is the time that we need to become better servants? We're going to be served when in the kingdom, not right now. So we need to put on our aprons.
Yep.
Put your little waitress outfit on, your waiter outfit on. Put your little black shoes, non-slip non-slip shoes on. Them chicken grease shoes. Put your apron on. Put your little waiter's napkin over your shoulder, and bring some menus.
Put it up like this.
Put the Malteser.
Yeah.
You gotta get yourself in that mind frame.
Yep.
Because it's not our time yet. And if you say again.
Busboy.
Yeah, your busboy outfit on with your little bucket with all your dishes in it. You got your washcloths. Man, that's where we got to be at. But that's where envy comes in at. Our envy comes from who's in charge.
Yep.
Our envy comes from who has control.
Yeah. Who's the best?
Who's the best? The best.
It's the best who's in control, who has the leverage, who has the power.
Who has the shine?
Who has say so?
Yep. Yep. And this is what Paul was saying in 1 Corinthians 3. You done with that one?
Yes.
Let's go back to 3 and verse 5 now. No, actually verse 4. Down. 1 Corinthians 3, verse 4. We're almost at the end, y'all. Let's just power through these last few verses. We'll move on from there. 1 Corinthians 3 and 4.
1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 4. For while one saith, I am of Paul, and another, I am of Apollos. Are ye not carnal?
All that's saying is Paul is a better teacher than Apollos. Or I think Apollos is a better leader than Paul. Then it goes into, well, whose side are you on? Because if Apollos is the better teacher than Paul, then we're better men than y'all. Or that's all ego or pride.
Because I don't got to follow y'all.
Exactly.
Because I'm part of Apollos' house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all ego and pride.
Who's over who?
Who's over who?
Tell me that.
Who's over who? That's the bottom line.
That's what really
about
comes
how
down
Israel
to.
thinks. Who is over who?
And you can see those Chinese little kung fu movies out. There's nothing but fighting now. They're like,
The drunken monkey style, the praying mantis style, the tiger style.
Yeah.
And everybody's fighting over who's got the coldest style.
Exactly.
And then when my seafood loses to your seafood, then the losing seafood, all the students are angry. They're mad. they leave that karate style. They go to the other guy's karate style.
That's what happens.
All the praying mantis guys say, man, F this style, man. I'm going to go this tiger style, man.
Yeah.
That practice style is for suckers, man. We lost. It's all pride.
That's a real thing.
How about the mantis style works in certain situations? And the tiger style works in other situations. Yeah. Listen, and that drunken style works too sometimes when you're really good at it.
Yeah. Why
you got to quit your whole
right.
30 years you've been putting into the karate style and try something new? It's because the seafood got his butt kicked out. Anyhow, this is all pride and ego. Let's continue though.
It really is that way though.
It is. Listen, I am leaving this karate place.
Yeah.
I am leaving Cobra Kai, and I'm going to Miyagi-Do.
Yeah, Miyagi-Do.
I'm going to Miyagi-Do.
What are you going to do, Miyagi?
This is better. Or Tiger Claw. That stupid third style that was out there. It's ridiculous. And for those who saw the show, know what I'm talking about. Let's continue though. They were all like non-athletic fighters that in real life they would have all lost. Then that's facts too. Let's continue.
Verse 5. Who then is Paul? And who is Apollos? But ministers by whom ye believe, even as the Lord gave to every man.
He says, all whether it's Paul or Apollos, their job was to be responsible to teach you Christ. And to make them to be any more than that. We're out the Spirit for making them to be more than what they are. Because any leader in his right mind is not going to push glory to himself. They're going to push glory to Christ. So ultimately, the leader's job is to lead that person to Christ anyway, so they can be hooked on Christ, not Apollos or Paul. And this is what Paul is saying. Read on.
I have planted, Apollos watered, but the Most High gave the increase.
So what he's saying is, listen, it doesn't matter who we think is more important than the other. I have seen 1,000 times, me personally in my life, I'll teach a brother, I'll counsel a brother, I will sit back here and invest a lot into a brother, but a lot of the monumental changes and lessons that they've learned in their life came from another teacher. And it wasn't even me. I might have gave them a foundation, but the significant lessons they needed to learn came from another person, another teacher, another influence.
Yeah.
And it's a reminder that it ain't about me in the first place. My job is to get a person from one place to another. And the Most High is going to bring that person from that place to another place. And that process is meant to be there to humble everybody, remind us it's not about us. So even in the practical terms in the Josephus, whether you are the head high priest, or you're an associate priest, you're an elder priest, or you're the top priest, the job was to do the work to heal the people and to instruct the people. We want to look upward versus downward. If Manasseh would have been more focused on being an example to the people, then he wouldn't have married this Sanballat's daughter, and he wouldn't have made these political moves, because the people mattered more than his ambition. And that's the reality. We go left because our ambition trumps the body of Christ. If we were truly servants like the scripture says, it would have been about what the body needs, whether I'm number 2, 3, or 4, or 15. Let's continue.
It says, so then neither is he that planteth anything, neither he that watereth.
Listen, the person who plants or water means nothing. Whether you're Paul or Apollo should really mean nothing. Read on.
But the Most High that giveth the increase.
So whether it was Jadua or Manasseh, it neither meant nothing. They were both servants. They were supposed to be servants. Whether it was Jonathan or Jesus, neither mattered. The only thing that mattered was the work and the development of the people. If that mindset is maintained, that's how you kill envy. The service of what the body needs. Read on.
Now he that planteth and he that watereth are one, and every man shall receive his own.
So what does that say? The person that planted is the person who has the initial hands-on process. So the initial person that's hands-on, or the other person who's hands-on afterwards. It's not about either of them. He says they're all together in one, because they all have a purpose. Whether I'm the first person who taught you or the second person who started working on you. Our job as a unit is to get you to Christ. So if we just understand what the big picture is, there's no need for credit. There's no need to sit back here and say that, man, what I brought to the table really mattered. No, what I brought to the table really mattered. What both parties brought to the table really mattered. Read on.
Now he that planteth and he that watereth are one, and every man shall receive his own reward according to his labor.
So listen, regardless of what I might think, how important I think I am, or another person thinks they are, they're going to all get rewarded based off the work they bring to the table for the Lord. Read on.
For we are laborers together with the Most High. Ye are the Most High's husbandry. Ye are the Most High's building.
Our job is to sit back here and work on the Most High's husbandry, his farm. And my job might be to deal with carrots. Let me deal with carrots, man. Let me deal with beets. Let me deal with the cows. Let me just be a part of the husbandry. And we're going to get judged on how well our work is anyway. It ain't got nothing to do with the accolades and the outward respect we're looking for. How good is your work? How good is the harvest that you were responsible for? That's all that matters. And this is what these priests should have understood. It was about the work and the development, nothing more, nothing less. Read on.
According to the grace of the Most High, which is given unto me. As a wise master builder, I have laid the foundation, and another buildeth thereon. But let every man take heed how he buildeth thereupon.
He said, what should be focused on is, am I building this spirit correctly or not? Not who gets credit for what. But when you get your opportunity to work on the spirit that you are responsible for, are you doing a good job at it? Or are your works poor, and therefore you get punished for poor works? It ain't about what it's about is, let me make sure I'm doing a good job to heal this spirit and develop this spirit. Once again, that keeps us out of the spirit of competition. At least it should be. When you're looking at the bells, all the work it takes to develop somebody, all that pride goes out of the door when you realize how hard it is to help fix somebody and help rehabilitate somebody. But let's continue.
For other foundation can no man lay than that is laid, which is Yahweh Shai.
And what's that saying? That saying that the root of what you do mean what is your true intention? Your true intention should be Christ-based?
Yes. And follow Christ's path. Your method don't matter anyway. The funny thing is this, if we're following Christ's method, then why are you making it about you?
Good question.
If you're following Christ's template, then what do you got to do with Christ's template? Right?
I'm important too.
Well, listen, because I talk like this. This is a certain way I talk, son. That's so charismatic that people just love me.
No,
that's ridiculous.
And it's not until Christ comes back.
So that ego comes in. We want to sit back here and make something about Christ's message ours.
Well, it's not until Christ comes back where you're going to hear, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." That's the accolade you want to receive.
Yep.
Not the praise of man now, because that strokes the ego.
Yep, and that's the point. So he says the wicked people were praised by men back in the time of the Pharisees.
Yep.
Same thing's going to happen now.
The men that make it about them get glorified.
Yep. But they're wicked. And the Most High ain't with them.
But the question is what? Because we look at wicked as like the red hat and stuff like that. The red guy. The red guy with the goat legs out. What makes a person wicked is that the message is intersected with their heart. And the scripture says they steal my words.
Yeah.
They steal my words. They tell everyone their neighbor, he said.
Mm-hmm.
They're pushing themselves as the figure to trace and follow.
Mm-hmm.
Versus Christ is the figure to trace and follow. You're dethroning Christ.
Yeah.
That's what makes that wicked. You can keep the law, but if you're dethroning Christ as the centerfold, the point of emphasis, then that means that they had to strive for your standard and not Christ's standard. Now you're taking the place of Yahweh Shai. He's king. Christ is king, right?
God. I'm going to show one more verse and we're shutting it down from here. Ecclesiasticus 30 and 24.
Yep.
And this is literal. This isn't figurative.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 30 and verse 24. Envy and wrath shorten the life.
Listen, bro, you operate in the spirit of envy. Most likely going to cut your years down now. If you can't see the good in your life, why would the Most High reward you with more life?
Crazy.
Because that's what envy is. I'm not appreciative of what the Most High gave me. I'm not appreciative of the life the Most High gave me. Why would the Most High reward you with extended time if you can't appreciate the gift of life in the first place? Does that make sense? So envy is definitely not the spirit to play with.
Because he's going to give me more time to hate.
Exactly. And destroy people and have strifeful contentions.
More time to argue.
Exactly. And fight. Envy and wrath shortens the life out. So all I wanted, we're going to leave it at that. This topic, we got through the first two paragraphs in chapter 7. We're done with that. Next week we'll go on to chapter 8. And that goes into that Greek period of time that we're supposed to be talking about. Okay? And it also blends in with how Judea dealt with Manasseh and how he was doing his outward advances. And it kind of shows how Judea did things the right way and the Most High flipped Manasseh's plans on top of himself. So we'll go into that next week. The water for tuning in, y'all. We're going to get these prayers up real quick. Imajim, Wapanya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahushua.
In the name of Yahushua.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahushua come quickly.
Yahushua come quickly.
For indeed.
For indeed.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the law.
Messed up on that one. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Shaman. Zayat. Lamashat. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They should be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133. Shayar. Hamayawa. Laduad. Hana. Ma. Tawab. Wama. Naayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayel. Harash. Yerad. Ayel. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharad. Shayarad. Ayel. Paya. Manawathiwa. Katal. Karamwat. Shayarad. Ayel. Haroria. Shazayawan.
Shazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Af. Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayim.
Kayayim.
I.
All belong.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment that upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, and even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh. By Hashem. Yahushua. Rakno. Rashwali. Rabiath. Support. Yahweh. By Hashem. Yahushua. Rakno. Rashwali. Rabiath. Support. Yahweh. Hashem. Yahushua. Rakno. Rashwali. Support. Yahweh, by Hashem, Yahushua, Rakno, Rashwali, support. Rakatay Yahushua, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, by Hashem, Yahushua, the water from Yah, Aman. Circle up.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Waka Yasha.
Do it again.
Saluting out in the heavenly order.
Yahweh.
Waka Yasha. Manager. Amanda. Barak.
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua Baruch.
One Yasha.
From Yasha.
One Yasha.
From Yasha. From Yasha. Yashmatah. Let one person do it.
Saluting out in the daughter of Zion. Manager. Amanda. Barak.
Yahweh Shema Adam by Hashem Yahushua. Yashmatah. Dismiss. Fall out. Israel, the water for tuning in. See y'all on Monday.